My mom and stepdad were the caretakers of a small cemetery for about 10 years. All of us kids, 6 between the two of them, helped out at one point or another. One summer I was helping my mom with mowing and upkeep. It was a super hot summer, so we would try to go and get the mowing done early before the heat became too unbearable. Well, we had trouble getting the truck going one day, so we ended up starting a little later than usual and were unable to finish up everything that day. My mom had an appointment the next and the day after that it was supposed to rain, so I told her I would go up early the next morning and finish up the trimming with the weed eater. So, it's about 7 in the morning and I am listening to music with my headphones and going around the headstones. Everything was going well until I got to the oldest section of the cemetery. That part was on a small slope of a hill. Once you got to the bottom and looked up, you couldn't see the road, but you could see it again once you were about halfway up. When I finished up the last headstone, I turned off my equipment and started back up the hill. I glanced up in time to see a little girl in a pretty red dress. She was running and disappeared behind a large headstone. I figured her parents were visiting another grave and the little girl ran off to entertain herself. It was around 9 a.m. at this point. I got to the top of the hill and there was no car or people around. The cemetery wasn't really close to any houses, and the girl was too nicely dressed to have walked out there. I looked around and shouted for her to come out. I was able to see the headstone she ran behind, and I would have seen her if she ran out again. I couldn't find her anywhere. I called my mom and told her what was going on and asked if I should call the police and tell them about this little girl. She looked to be about 3 or 4 years old, so she certainly shouldn't be by herself. My mom asked me if she was wearing a red dress. I said yes. Why? So, she proceeds to nonchalantly tell me that was just the ghost girl. Now, everyone who knows me knows that I don't fuck with ghosts. I asked why she didn't tell me there was a ghost in the cemetery. She said she needed my help and was afraid I wouldn't go up if Elle thought it was haunted. Now granted, I probably would have been more leery of the place, but knowing no one else could help her, I would have still helped her that summer, but I would have made sure I wasn't there by myself. I still go there sometimes as I have relatives buried there, but I am always with someone. Fortunately, I never saw any other ghosts and I have never seen the little ghost girl ever again. I worked at a graveyard for a few years in high school and university. In the beginning you'd think you were seeing things out of the corner of your eye or feel like you were being watched, but that seemed to stop after a while. Scariest thing that happened to me was when I was taking a wheelbarrow load of grass clippings down a path into the trees at one end of the graveyard and had headphones on listening to music. I thought I heard leaves crunching and looked up and a deer was 10 feet in front of me. We noticed each other at the same time and he let out a loud "you" kind of sound and ran away. My boyfriend is a grave digger / caretaker of an old cemetery right by us. Besides seeing the typical disappearing person here and there, he doesn't really have stories. However, I think the way he got that job is amazing. Before working at the cemetery, my boyfriend quit his farming job of nearly 25 years. That left him unemployed for a few months and kind of lost as a person who likes to have goals and such. Anyway, one night I decide we should go to that cemetery with a recorder and ask if there is life after death. The aim was to get a recording of a voice or a sign in some way. Boyfriend seemed pretty cool with it, until about 5 minutes after we started walking through the cemetery. First thing I noticed was my boyfriend had taken his hat off and was holding it over his heart with a worried look on his face while I was holding the recorder and giving our initial greetings to any potential spirits listening. I said to the spirits, "I hope we're not being disrespectful by being here. We don't mean any harm. I only have one question and then we'll leave." I then ask, while my boyfriend is silent the entire time, if there is life after death. Because I didn't hear anything, I pushed it a bit, asking repeatedly. I had just decided to ask for a sign, blinking lights, when my boyfriend finally spoke saying, "I think we should have respect and leave now." His eyes were watery. I could tell he was having strong feelings about it, so we left. I did review the video later that night and discovered that although I couldn't see lights blinking while we were there, on the video they twinkled like stars. And that was that. Until 2 days later my boyfriend gets a call, he knows everybody, offering him a job at the cemetery. After our initial surprise I said, "You'd honestly be a perfect person to work there. You clearly have respect for the dead." It's been about 4 years now. My boyfriend is the guy who stands with respect throughout a burial gathering with the family and waits until he thinks everyone is truly ready for the lowering of the casket. Somewhat related. I didn't work in a graveyard or cemetery. But I ran marketing and business development for a manufacturer in high-end electronics in the luxury market. In servicing this high-end market, we had customer support that matches the expectations that buyers, or more importantly, the systems integrators, expect. We had a particular end-user customer that had been having some failures of our equipment. Things just stopped working. While equipment failures are not uncommon, having several failures is not the norm, as the failure rates are usually around 2 to 3% across the industry. One day, one of our sales reps was doing a visit to all the resellers/integrators in the area, and visited the house, or rather mansion, to do a quick inspection. Part of the reason was that the integrator wanted us to look at the setup, and the other reason was to implicitly imply that something was wrong with our equipment, assuming the install and configuration was done correctly by the integrator. Our sales rep goes to the home, and learns that it is not just our equipment that was failing, but that other electronics in the home had issues as well. She found out that the home had significant electrical surges. And she also learned that the home was built on top of an old Indian burial ground. We stopped being so generous with warranty claims for this customer after that. I spend lots of time in a local cemetery. The weirdest thing there to me is this small section located a little bit off to the side that's filled with many very old graves marked only by numbers. I'm not sure how many there are exactly, but I've seen the numbers go up past 300 or. Some of them have little flags by them, indicating that they're a veteran. However, no name or dates accompany the number. I never really figured out why they were just numbered and had no identity. In the same area there's a grave that has no number but does have a name, dates of birth and death, and birthplace, but it's entirely in Greek. Reading it reveals that they were born in Leucadia, Greece, and they share a last name and birthplace with another entirely Greek grave located all the way across the cemetery. Not necessarily creepy, but I thought it was interesting. I wonder why they weren't buried closer together if they're related. There was also a grave in one of the newer sections that had a note posted next to it from the wife of the man buried there, angry that some low-life had stolen the flowers she had left by his grave. Seeing this made me angry as well, so I picked some flowers from my yard and left them there with my own note explaining that the idea of stealing flowers from a grave broke my heart and I'm sorry that someone would do such a thing. I wonder if she ever saw it. I hope it wasn't out of line for me to do that. Also, I have seen things and felt things in my presence while I walked alone between graves. Nothing too serious, just movement out of the corner of my eyes and feeling like I'm not alone when truly I'm the only one around in that area. I'm not entirely sure if I believe in ghosts or not, but if they are ghosts, I hope they don't mind me hanging around so often. I really enjoy the peace and quiet of the cemetery, as well as the beautiful monuments and interesting history you can find there. Sorry that this comment was so long and the stories may not be quite as strange or scary as others may have, but I wanted to chime in because I have a passion for cemeteries in general. My granddad used to work at a cemetery in New Zealand, where I live. He enjoyed his job and him, my grandma and their 3 sons, my dad being the youngest, all lived on a small house up the back. The cemetery is big and goes over like a hill, so the house wasn't out in the open or anything. One day my uncle, the oldest brother, he was a teen at the time, drove home and noticed a little girl in a white dress playing on the tire swing hanging off the big oak tree. He didn't really care as the cemetery was right next to a neighborhood and children often wandered down to play. At dinner he made an offhand comment about it to my granddad, who asked him to describe her. He did, and apparently my granddad went very quiet, and said her service had been held that same morning. That uncle now lives in Australia, so I don't see him often. He told me this story a few years ago and I get chills thinking about it. My 2 ex-great-grandfather was a war veteran. After the war he worked on digging up graves for his fallen friends. It was 12 midnight as I can recall. My grandfather told me that while my 2 ex-great-grandfather was digging graves, he heard people screaming and gunshots. As he climbed up from the grave he was digging, he saw people, Filipinos, Americans and Japanese alike. He saw them fighting. This occurred 3 years after World War II BTW. After that incident, he always kept a handgun under his bed. My grandfather always told me that my 2 ex-great-grandfather would always visit by the mass grave and would always talk alone. This often occurred 11 p.m. until 1 a.m. for 3 years straight. Oftentimes, he would bring food, water and flowers to the grave after his retirement from the army. TL, Dr. 2 ex-great-gramps was a gravedigger after his service during World War II. While digging graves, he would often hear, feel and see people fighting. Gramps told me he has gun under bed and always visit and gave food, water and flowers. He would also talk to them. My dad was a cemetery superintendent, so we were in residence there from the time I started high school. I lived there with my parents for about 5 years. My dad worked in the same cemetery, and lived there for 35 years. There's nothing strange or scary in a cemetery. They can actually be very peaceful, idyllic places. Anything that would be strange or scary is brought there by your own preconceptions and expectations. You can stretch the symbols of old worn tombstones, the shapes of trees and the seasons, the mists and fogs of weather, to scare yourself. It was human, very much alive, agency that was scary. It was 160 acres in the middle of the city. Tons of kids roamed the place at night. They drank and fucked all over the place. They also committed acts of vandalism. One night, a group went through and knocked over 160 plus tombstones. This is finally my time to shine. I used to make headstones, so I only barely qualify to answer this question. However, all those dips you see by graves? Means the casket caved in. Those old bones is toast now. I've had my foot fall into a hole while installing small cremation plaques in old plots, for younger family members. It's a very unsettling feeling. I've seen old men sobbing their hearts out for their deceased wives. You know that section in the cemetery with tons of smaller than average grave markers? That's all kids. This is more of an observation than anything. More and more people are getting cremated. The proof is in the pudding. By the time I left, we simply had slightly more orders for columbarium doors than grave markers. I have never seen any really creepy or disrespectful shit, honestly. I loved working in the actual graveyards. They were so peaceful. I don't work in either, but this story is about a court case that was featured on one of those small claims shows, I think. A few small details I don't remember exactly, but this sticks in my mind. Basically, this woman had her mother buried and was deep in grief. Then the area where she was buried got flooded and her mother's casket came up out of the ground. If I remember, the funeral people were claiming act of God, but don't quote me on that. The daughter was horrified to find out what happened, as anyone would be, but understandably was almost in hysterics because her mother feared drowning and the cause of her mother's death was water in the lungs. The other news story I read was about a family who found out the ashes they were given were only cement, and there was this huge investigation launched, but it was such a hard thing to piece together because they couldn't tell what belongs to who. Turns out that there had been other complaints, including one family who had remains including remnants of a watch and jewelry. The deceased had none on. The worst part of the whole thing, the funeral director had a connected business that donates body parts. It was in Colorado if you want to Google it. I was walking along Ridge Road past one of the oldest cemeteries in Durban, and I noticed a pickup being loaded with cast iron grave furniture, railings, footings, etc. I was concerned this might be a big theft in progress, so I went in to investigate. The chap in charge of the operation told me that constant theft, usually by youngsters wielding sledgehammers and cold chisels, to sell to scrap metal dealers, led to so much damage that they were removing the remaining metal to prevent further incidental damage. He showed me around, and I saw one above ground enclosure that had been chiseled open. The little funeral chapel had been locked, but the thieves removed some roof tiles and got in that way. BTW, if you are at all interested, check out Caitlin Dowdy's YouTube channel, Ask a Mortician. She has also written Smoke Gets in Your Eyes, and other tales from the crematorium. Her latest is entitled Will My Cat Eat My Eyeballs? Edit, this graveyard also contains a memorial to Lieutenant Francis Farewell, a British naval officer turned missionary. He and his party went to Patagonia and tried to convert the local inhabitants, alienated them, and were stuck in an inhospitable land waiting for a ship carrying supplies that didn't arrive in time. My mom and stepdad were the caretakers of a small cemetery for about 10 years. All of us kids, 6 between the two of them, helped out at one point or another. One summer I was helping my mom with mowing and upkeep. It was a super hot summer, so we would try to go and get the mowing done early before the heat became too unbearable. Well, we had trouble getting the truck going one day, so we ended up starting a little later than usual and were unable to finish up everything that day. My mom had an appointment the next morning and the day after that it was supposed to rain, so I told her I would go up early the next morning and finish up the trimming with the weed eater. So, it's about 7 in the morning and I am listening to music with my headphones and going around the headstones. Everything was going well until I got to the oldest section of the cemetery. That part was on a small slope of a hill. Once you got to the bottom and looked up, you couldn't see the road, but you could see it again once you were about halfway up. When I finished up the last headstone, I turned off my equipment and started back up the hill. I glanced up in time to see a little girl in a pretty red dress. She was running and disappeared behind a large headstone. I figured her parents were visiting another grave and the little girl ran off to entertain herself. It was around 9 a.m. at this point. I got to the top of the hill and there was no car or people around. The cemetery wasn't really close to any houses, and the girl was too nicely dressed to have walked out there. I looked around and shouted for her to come out. I was able to see the headstone she ran behind, and I would have seen her if she ran out again. I couldn't find her anywhere. I called my mom and told her what was going on and asked if I should call the police and tell them about this little girl. She looked to be about 3 or 4 years old, so she certainly shouldn't be by herself. My mom asked me if she was wearing a red dress. I said yes. Why? So, She proceeds to nonchalantly tell me that was just the ghost girl. Now, everyone who knows me knows that I don't fuck with ghosts. I asked why she didn't tell me there was a ghost in the cemetery. She said she needed my help and was afraid I wouldn't go up if Elle thought it was haunted. Now granted, I probably would have been more leery of the place, but knowing no one else could help her, I would have still helped her that summer, but I would have made sure I wasn't there by myself. I still go there sometimes as I have relatives buried there, but I am always with someone. Fortunately, I never saw any other ghosts and I have never seen the little ghost girl ever again. I don't work at a cemetery, but I do have a story. Just outside my hometown there is a small castle. Brief history, it was a mod in 1100s and slowly progressed to a castle and Georgian residence throughout time. There is a small burial ground outside of it and my friends decided to investigate the local rumors about a shining light that shone in a powerless section of the place. Anyways, we got there, saw the light and roamed the grounds for somewhere near an hour. It was a very uneasy place, so we decided to leave. We got attacked by a flock of birds. When I got back to my car outside the grounds to drive home, I got an unexpected call from my mother asking was I alright and that she had gotten a very bad feeling about me crossing her mind. I let her know I was fine and would be home in the next 15/20ths of a minute, not to be worrying about nothing. Cut to about 5 minutes later after I had ended the call and was beginning my drive home. I was pulling out onto the main road and a car with no lights on, in the pitch dark, came and smashed into the side of my car. Nobody was seriously hurt. If the car with no lights had been 5 seconds later, she would probably have killed my friend in the following car, as she would have hit his driver's door rather than my rear door. I will always remember that night. It felt as though we shouldn't have ever been there and an incident was bound to happen with the feeling around that place. Have never been there since. This was about 6 years ago. I did some restoration work with a group of miners, prospectors at the Granite City graveyard in the Kootenays of British Columbia. Someone went through the cemetery and desecrated every grave they could locate. Wooden head plates graffitied, any visible burial dug up. There were bones sticking up everywhere and it was infuriating. Whoever did it wasn't just looking for treasure, they wanted to destroy the place. I also once discovered a bunch of Chinese burials near Summit Creek by Barkerville. I was digging on bedrock, and these piles of hand-stacked rocks on either side of the creek had little mounds on them. Turns out I accidentally dug into one of them and had quite a shock. That spot in particular is really creepy. It feels like you're being watched, judged by people all around you. In the morning the area is usually filled with mist or fog and you can almost pick out shapes moving around in it. I am sure it was my imagination. I worked all last summer for a small town. Part of my job was going out and weed whacking and mowing the cemetery once a week, meaning I spent 8 to 16 hours a week out there depending on what needed to be done. There was a man out there who would show up right beside the same grave every time I was on the lawnmower. Every day without fail his shadow would appear in the middle of the field beside the same grave in the middle of a treeless section of the cemetery. I think he was just a lonely spirit on the way to the next life. After I quit, I was packing up to move back to college and I was standing in the middle of a bedroom in the basement holding an Actifry. The thing turns on and beeps and runs for about 30 seconds. And I'm holding the cord end standing in the middle of the room. I think he realized I wasn't coming back and decided to mess with me a bit, honestly. A lot of the old guys from town were known to be pranksters. The only other thing I can think of is the squirrel carcasses that would appear. I think it might have been a hawk, but every few days without fail there would be about 4 to 5 new rodent carcasses, funny skinned like a hunter had skinned them under an old dead tree. That I think freaked me out the most. A few things. When I was younger we lived in TN, not far from the Bell Witch Cave, and literally right next to a graveyard. I guess house and next to graveyards are cheap because we lived next to quite a few growing up. One day when we got home my mother whipped her head around and told me to stay in the car. She looked concerned, so I did, but I watched as she got out and checked the house. Everything was fine, except both the front and back door were wide open. You could see the back door through the front door. They were lined up perfectly. It was like something just walked straight through the house. Many weird things happened in that house. But that was certainly the scariest. Close in line with my Furby talking to no one. It was stuffed in a toy box. But throughout the night it would say, "What? What did you say?" Really freaked me out as a kid, but who doesn't have weird Furby stories, Lamau? 2. I was camping outside with some friends in KY. We were looking up at the stars when we noticed a light not acting like any light we had seen before. It looked like a star, but it moved in a square pattern. Going down, to their right, straight up, and back to its original position before starting again. It did this for a few minutes while we watched. and then it disappeared. 3. Living in Florida, I was walking home from the bus stop. My house was a mile walk away from where I got dropped off, nothing but swamp in between. I stopped suddenly when I spotted something crossing the street. It was on all fours, thick like an alligator, but with patches of black fur near the head of it. It dipped into the woods and I never seen anything like it again. My only thought is, maybe it was a gator that just got out of the swamp and had swamp moss hanging from its face. But Paducah, a town in TN that gets its own category. My mom bought a preacher's house. About 100 feet away was the graveyard, and a short walk past that was the church. That house was haunted. I personally seen shadows come out of the corners and disappear behind furniture. I came home to a chair flipped on its side on my bottom bunk. My sister tells a story about how she thought I came into her room and sat next to her on her bed, but when she turned to tell me to get out, nothing was there except an indentation in the bed where a butt should be. My mom said when she was using the computer she could see a reflection of what she thought was my stepdad. She said, "I see you," playfully, and my stepdad was in another room. He poked his head out, said, "Huh?" And mom went pale. My stepdad waited outside for 4 hours after being home alone and hearing all the cabinets opening and closing in the kitchen behind him. I was in the car when we got home and he ran all the way around the house to get into the car. A family friend came over but didn't want to stay inside because of the bad juju he could feel from the driveway. A priest came to bless the house but things only ramped up. Hearing voices, footsteps, seeing shadows every day. They were playing tricks on us, too. They moved things around the house when we weren't looking. Small things. But things you knew you put in a specific place. The house was fully active when my mom got advice from a friend to stand your ground. Tell them this is your house. And if they keep fucking with you, tell them that when you die, you'll be back to fuck them up in the afterlife. My mom got a few things and did just that. My mom is a scary woman, and I guess the ghost/s thought so too because the activity died down after that. Another thing that happened to that house was nothing. There was a tornado ripping through our neighborhood one day. All neighbors were pretty far but visible from our house. We watched as the tornado ripped through our neighbor's house. It went completely around our house and the church, hitting houses across the street, and then it turned and hit a house on the other side of the church. Nothing happened to our house. So much so that we were all just standing on the porch and watching it go down. Really surreal experience. At my old house, we had a fire pit in the backyard. One summer night in '07 I had a few close friends over for a bonfire. One friend had brought a bag filled with a bunch of different types of chocolate bars for adventurous s'more ingredients. Reese's peanut cups, Mounds, Butterfingers, etc. We set the bag on the food table adjacent to the fire and all went back inside the house to get drinks. When we came back out, the bag of chocolate was missing. It didn't fall on the ground. It simply wasn't anywhere we could find. I had some other chocolate so we used that for s'mores and didn't think much of it. The next day, the weather was set to be very hot, 100 degrees Fahrenheit. I planned to mow my entire property by 11 a.m. before it got too warm. I mowed the entire backyard clean, around the fire pit and everything. There was no bag or loose candy from the night before. When I got done, it was already 95 degrees plus and I decided to take my dog down to the nearby lake for a swim. We left through the back door and didn't notice anything on our way out. When we returned to the house over an hour later it was over 100 degrees. As we approached, set on the middle of my back steps in the full blaring hot sunshine, was the chocolate candy. Stacked in a small, neatly arranged pyramid. Completely unmelted or affected by the oppressive heat. I lived rural as fuck. No one would have been out to my house unless they were invited and knew the way. The bag was missing, but all of the candy from the night before had mysteriously reassembled in a perfect stack on my back steps. Most strangely, it avoided melting in the direct high heat of the day. I have no idea what happened to the candy to make it disappear the night before and reappear without melting in the sun. Happened like 15 years ago. Still remember this until this day. I was around 13 years old. Me, my mom and brother were flying to Poland from the UK. It was a very late flight, could have been the last flight of the day. Anyway, we landed and at the airport we were picked up by my uncle and his friend. From the airport we were driving on a main road with streetlights, if I remember correctly, few houses on both sides of the road and nothing special in general. Suddenly my uncle who was driving asked his friend if he sees the same thing. He said that there is something above the house we are approaching. He said that's a helicopter, right? His friend answered that no, it doesn't look like one. They both had a small quick conversation and decided that we should stop on the side of the road and record what it is. I was wondering what is going on as I couldn't see from the back seat. I started to prepare my Sony Ericsson W200i and hoped I will be able to record something as well, but of course terrible quality camera didn't capture anything because it was pretty dark. We stopped and we all got out of the car. And this is the part that I remember most vividly. It was so quiet. No cars went past at all. It could have been because it was very late, but it was a main road. Above the house, there was an object hovering maybe around 5 meters from the chimney. It was big, shaped like an arrowhead but round and not sharp. It was silver, with colorful rectangular lights below, and it had what I would call an exhaust from which red/orange dust-like sparks were coming out. The object was absolutely silent. There was no sound whatsoever. We all watched in disbelief, and my uncle and his friend tried to take pictures and videos. I'm actually not sure at all if they managed to capture anything or if they still have those pictures/footage, as we lost contact short time after this. Not sure how much time has passed, maybe a minute or two. Suddenly a dog started barking. As soon as this happened, the object slowly turned and started flying off in straight line towards a nearby forest seen in distance. Eventually, it became small and we lost it behind the trees. We all got into a car, discussing what we have just seen. My uncle was in disbelief and he straight away said we seen an UFO. My mother, who was always skeptical about everything, she kept claiming it was a helicopter, and she keeps saying it even today. Her version is that it was a helicopter and I was a kid who just imagined an UFO. But then why would a random helicopter be hovering above someone's house in the middle of the night and make no sound at all? Why would it fly away seemingly scared off by dog barking? Probably weird timing, I guess, but it all makes no sense. And that's pretty much it. Since then I just don't know what to think. I remember this like it happened yesterday. It's a cool memory, and I guess this is how people who potentially seen an UFO feel. No one is going to believe this, but here we are. This happened while I was 17. I was on vacation with a friend for about a week down at a beach where he and his parents used to live. One of the days we were there, me, his sister, and the sister's friend, all went down to the beach to smoke some weed. When we got down there we were trying to get the blunt to light and it wouldn't because the wind was so heavy, so we gave up and decided to just walk around the beach and talk. After walking a little while we found a pretty soft bit of sand and decided to sit and relax on it for a bit. While we were talking I noticed a pale lady in a black dress walking towards us on the beach. This was like a full-on wedding dress except it was black and was pretty large. I was a bit confused on why this girl was wearing this huge dress, but I didn't pay any attention to it and we kept talking. This lady then walks past us and she caught my attention again. However, this time a slight bit of anxiety started to come over me for some reason and I felt a need to leave for some reason. I watched this lady keep walking past us about a few hundred feet when she suddenly stops, jerks back around, and starts walking towards us again. I noticed this and immediately for some reason my fight or flight kicked in and I told all the people in my group we need to leave ASAP. Instead of walking on the beach back to the condo, we walked directly back onto the road and decided we'd take the main road back. We all could sense something was wrong and we hurried to the condo. However, my friend's sister had something stuck in her shoe, so she stopped to dig whatever it was out, and when she knelt and turned around she screamed and bolted down the street. I was confused, and as I turned around this same lady was about 10 feet from me staring at me with a blank expression. I freaked the hell out and we all ran to the condo and locked the door. To this day we talk about this and a lot of people say it was some drunk lady on the beach following us, but her appearance and her presence just gave all of us a sense of danger. This still freaks me out to this day. This will probably be very end and never be read by anyone, but I want to write it down anyway, just in case that this happens to anyone else. Dreaming of very specific images and conversation before they happen, repeatedly. It's not a déjà vu, since those would require me to only remember them once the situation happens. I do dream of stuff, remember that exact dream, song, situation, conversation, word, after waking up and then see it happen exactly like that, minutes, hours, days, months, later. It's strange, horrifying and pretty useless at the same time, because I never had a dream of any useful situation and the precognition snippets are always very, very short, 2 to 5 seconds. For example, the last one I had was a dream where I would sit in front of my computer screen and rage about an AI that was fucking stupid as hell. I usually don't rage at all when playing video games. I saw the gameplay on my screen as I dreamed that. I didn't know this game or gameplay from anything I know. I was confused as hell after I woke up, because I couldn't make any sense of it. About 2 months later, Steam recommended the Command & Conquer Remastered package to me, which I downloaded and played. I had never seen this game, the trailer, anything of it before. I have never played any Command & Conquered games before. I haven't watched anyone play these games before. It turned out that the pathfinding AI in the original C&C remaster is the worst I have ever experienced anywhere. The pathfinding algorithm is so bad that it will prefer the longest path through the enemy base before the shortest path that will avoid it. For some reason. Playing through that campaign made me very angry, because I had to restart missions just because the algorithm would plan out the worst possible routes for my units. And the exact same situation I had dreamed of happened. The exact same unit placement, the exact same music track, the exact same words of rage. This is not the first or last time this has happened like this. I had this happen quite frequently as a kid, and it has become way less frequent as an adult. Maybe because I don't remember my dreams as much. I have never managed to make any sense of it, and am still asking myself whether I am the only one who this is happening to or not. I do not believe in any mystical or non-physical theories. This has happened too often for me to believe that it is just coincidental though. It's also way too specific to be random. Best explanation I have come up with is that time sometimes rapidly flips forward and backward again, which can leave an impression on our short-term memory which we then can make no sense of, but can remember it when it happens. I was planning to move a 600-pound safe, about 10 blocks. My father was a World War II Army engineer, so I grew up rigging ambitious DIY projects involving heavy things. I got the safe up on an industrial dolly, 1/4 inch at a time using wedges and levers, and was planning to have a team help guide it down the street at night to the destination. It had to be moved that night, or I would lose it, but then a pretty serious hurricane hit and all of my workers canceled. It was move it or lose it, so I took a shot at doing it myself, and unsurprisingly the cart hit a missing cobblestone, and the safe tipped over. I was in the middle of an active city street just south of Canal in NYC, visibility was near zero, and there was a real danger of getting hit by a car while wrestling a safe onto a cart in the middle of the road in a hurricane. Then a 6'4" broad-shouldered black man came walking briskly towards me from around the corner. He was carrying a huge umbrella, and wearing a tuxedo. "Let's get this up there before you get killed out here," and he got it back on the cart quickly, with me following his directions. Then, soaked to the bone and without further comment, he disappeared into the hurricane. I think this counts as sleep paralysis, but it was still an odd experience. This happened in late 2016. I got into an argument with my dad and wasn't feeling all that great towards the end of the day. I remember playing games on my phone until I fell asleep, and then I suddenly woke up and immediately felt like something was wrong. It was as if something was watching me. I started to hyperventilate. I tried to get up from my bed and go to my parents' room to ask for medicine/alleviate what I was feeling, but as I tried to move I started to notice that my body was starting to feel numb. It started from my right leg and I could feel the numbing sensation slowly take over my body. I forced myself out of the bed and I limped towards the door. However, by the time I reached the door and tried to turn the doorknob, the numbing sensation began to reach both of my hands and I could barely move them. I managed to open the door, but then I immediately fall to the floor. I start to panic as I realize I'm losing all form of mobility, and I force myself to crawl towards my parents' room. I tried to make as much noise as possible and started to bang on their door. I saw my dad open the door, but to my surprise, he didn't seem to notice me and closed the door shut after looking around. I start to panic and try to bang on their door again, but no one was coming out. My breathing gets worse, as I begin to feel like I'm running out of air. I then feel an entity drag me away from my parents' door and I immediately wake up. I thought the nightmare was over, but then I look to the side of my room and I see this giant eye, with multiple smaller eyes surrounding it, staring at me. I tried ignoring it, but it was just staying in that one corner. I couldn't move from my bed out of fear, so I just hid under my blanket and pillows until I passed out. I woke up around lunchtime and the eye creature was gone. I've never seen the thing again. I've had a few. When I was younger, I shared a bedroom with my sibling. We had a homemade bunk bed that had drawers on the bottom, 3 in the bottom of the frame. The drawers didn't take up the whole space, and it was designed to be up against a wall, so the other side of the base was just empty. We would constantly hide things from our parents there, mostly the books they told us not to read. One day I reached into the back and found some old Nat Geo magazines. Like, the old kind without too many pictures at all. I didn't put it there. Sib didn't put it there. My parents to this day deny knowing that we used that space to store things. So I looked at it for a while, then put it back. It was a secret thing from a secret place, right? A few days later I reached back to get back to the magazine. It wasn't there. We pulled out the drawers and crawled under, but nothing. It wasn't there. Months pass. I forget about it. Reach back there to get the book I was hiding from my parents. Stephen King, not sure which one, found some letters. Now I was a dumb kid, not good at reading cursive, let alone old fancy cursive. The letters were dated the 1940s or something, before the house was even built. I didn't recognize any of the names, and I can't remember at all what they said. I got freaked out, put them back. A few days later they're gone. Months after that, it was maps. Same deal. They just appeared where I would hide things, I'd get freaked out or have to go do something else, then they'd be gone. And before anyone says it was my parents pranking me, I was reading Gerald's game. They wouldn't be pranking me, they'd be having stern words with me about my choice of reading material. The other story is weird. On my drive home there was this one corner I'd come around. Trees on a hill on the right, and a beautiful view of the downtown area ahead of me. I drove this every day for years, all times of day. I knew the view. I loved the view. One day the moon was maybe half full. Maybe. It wasn't full, that's for damn sure. I came around the corner and something big was there. Bigger than I've ever seen the moon in that location. Full. Bright. I had to follow the curve of the road again and it dipped out of sight behind another hill. When I pulled back around, it was gone. I've never been able to explain that one. Just fucking weird. I want to know who turned on the extra moon that night but didn't let me actually enjoy it. When I was 11 I moved from Illinois to my current state, but I had grown up in this small town. I knew my grandma's neighborhood like the back of my hand since my best friend lived at the same one and the park was across the way. We visited every summer too. When I was 14 we visited and I stayed a night with my best friend. She had moved out of that house with her family but they still own the home and it was furnished, mostly. So we stayed the night there on the couch while her mom and brother were in the other room. We stayed up late as kids do but her family went to bed around 10. Went to sleep, but I was forced awake at 7 on the dot. The sun was just barely over the rise. I was groggy at first, wondering what the hell woke me up, before I could hear it. I'll never forget this sound. It was like a tornado siren, I am very familiar with it, on its lowest setting. There was no shifts in tone, like a normal siren. Just this low, ominous, spine-tingling ring. I remember I turned to my best friend, and she had her earbuds in and was sitting on a chair. Her earbuds were so loud I could hear them. Then she mouthed, "I can hear it too, so you can understand how loud this was." She turned off her stuff and sat by me. We held each other. The sound grew really loud too. To the point that it sounded like it was on the other side of the wall, that dropped down 10 to 15 feet to the grass. It was making my ears hurt. You'd think it's just a broken tornado siren, right? Well, no. Here they set up the sirens in a grid so people can hear them wherever, but this neighborhood was in a dead spot so the sirens were muffled and distant. Perhaps they built a new one there, but I've heard the sirens since this incident and it is not that loud, it is still a dead spot. But we held each other for an hour. Then the sound just... I don't know how to best describe it other than walked away to that park I mentioned. I remember a few hours later, when we all went outside, I thought I heard it even further away. My best friend doesn't like to talk about this. She doesn't remember much. But she does remember what happened after, something I don't. She said I got extremely sick after her family woke up, whom, we asked, if they heard anything. They said no, I don't remember getting sick. But apparently her mom called my grandma, and she picked me up the next hour, when I thought I heard it again. So there it is. It's freaked me out for almost 10 years now. I still don't know what it was, especially since I've been back to that house years after and during the sirens. This happened a couple of times. December 2016, I was trying to call my sister, and a kid answered. I figured her phone had been misplaced and someone else had it, but nope, I'd called this kid's phone. I disconnected, checked my number and called my sister again figuring that somehow the phone company had some wires crossed. This was a cell phone by the way, on both ends so that theory doesn't even really make sense. I called again, and got the kid again. Now I really am thinking that the kid stole my sister's phone somehow because my sister had just called me on that number within the last 24 hours. His mom got on the phone upset, understandably, and I'm trying to explain that I'm dialing my sister's number and somehow being routed to him. Apologized, explained, and then asked another sister to call because my phone was being weird. Later that day I was able to communicate with my sister via that same phone number. January 2017, the second time this same thing occurred, with the same kid, I was at an amusement park and was supposed to meet my sister at a specific location, but she wasn't there at the time we stayed. I called and it was the same kiddo. Apologized for the wrong number, disconnected, dialed her again. Same kid. Explained I'm just trying to get a hold of my sister and keep getting routed to him, apologize again and disconnect. I turn my phone off, Wait a minute and then turn it back on, when all else fails, right? I dialed my sister's number again, get the kid again. I double-checked the number being dialed in my call history, and in my phone contact under name. It's her number, not someone else's. I tried calling her again. The voicemail picks up and the number listed isn't anywhere close to the number I'm trying to dial for my sister. Hang up and dial the number to my sister again because at this point it's about an hour past when we were supposed to meet and I'm getting worried and stressed. I call my sister's number again and Mama Bear answers, gripping at me that if I don't leave her kid alone she is going to call the police. Once again, understandable. I let her know I'm not even trying to call her son's number and I am dialing a completely different number than what the voicemail said her kid's number is. I don't know what or why things keep getting mixed up, but I'm not even calling her kid, and my call history will show that it's my sister's number which ends in 1234, and according to VM her kid's number doesn't end in those numbers. At this point I'm overly frustrated at the situation, getting emotional because I hate being yelled at, and I'm just trying to communicate with my sister. Shortly after that call I spotted my sister. She had been in the section for a while and was letting my nephew play on the kids' equipment that was in that section, and not coming up to me, because she saw I was on the phone. Not seen but heard. About 10 years ago I was living in a large old house with 5 other roommates in a college town. One of the roommates had a bulldog but would leave with it on the weekends and go back home. I had a cat. One weekend most everyone left for the weekend, dog included, and me and one other roommate decided to just chill in the main living room and watch something on the TV. During what we were watching, we hear a loud thud like something had jumped off one of the roommates' bed, hit the floor and take off down the upstairs hallway. The sound just stopped near the top of the stairs that led down to where we were. Roommate says they thought roommate took his dog. I confirmed they did and we thought maybe it was the cat. But the cat was curled up on an old beat-up lazy boy chair. We went upstairs and looked around but never saw anything. We hung outside on the porch for a while after that. That house was full weird vibes. One roommate had a dream about a blind girl asking for help. Not a few days later me and a couple other roommates found the entrance to the attic and went exploring. Found an old beat-up mattress, some old ratty clothes and a book in Braille next to it. Don't know if that means anything but it was strange. I have several that I can think of. Once when I was like 15 and my brother was 12, we were home alone. It was after school and still light out. Maybe around 4 or 5? I was upstairs in my room cleaning and he was on the main floor playing Minecraft or something. At the moment I was looking out the window and everything went dark. Like, not just the room and the house but like I was suddenly totally blind. It was like the sun went out. It only lasted for like a half a second or so but it was so real. I ran to go downstairs and when I got there my brother was at the bottom of the steps on his way up and he was like, "Did everything just go all dark for you too?" Fast forward and now I'm in college. I am a junior and my brother is a freshman. He lives with me and my best friend in a real shitty townhouse. My best friend has a German Shepherd. Friend was working close, so brother and I are hanging out with dog. We are sitting in my bedroom and we decide to watch a movie. Dog is on the floor at the end of the bed. We start movie and go, "Hey, let's order food," and proceed to get the cheapest delivery we can find. Food gets here, dog stays with me while brother goes down to get the food. Come back up, play movie, open food, dog starts begging. We tell him no and to lay down, blah blah. He listens and just kinda sulks about not getting a snack. 20 minutes later we hear this slamming on our front door. It's terrifying. I'm real spooked. Sounds like a mix of haunted scratching and body slams. Brother goes down to check it out. Nothing is there. We lived right next to a bar so we think maybe some drunk idiot had stumbled onto our porch again. Then we suddenly realize, where's dog? He would have been barking at the slamming for sure. Search entire house, even the closets and basement. No dog. Check all locks and windows to make sure he didn't get out. Everything is sealed. Then we hear a knocking at the door. Neighbors are on the porch with dog. Said he was running in the street. We still can't figure out how the hell he got out. My brother is positive he locked the door after getting the delivery food. The other door was to the back and we kept it locked always cause it was sketchy back there. No windows were open or unlocked either for the same reason, not a great area. We swept that house for holes or escapes and never found any. Must have a blink dog or something. Flash forward again and now I'm an adult or something. I have PTSD from a bad car accident where I was a passenger. I also happen to be in my work uniform. I'm in therapy and stuff but I still don't drive at all and everything is kinda shitty when it comes to cars. Anyway, I'm at work, in the same uniform. We have to go to a big drive that involves the highway, which is where the first crash happened. I immediately start to panic. I'm trying not to show it. My bosses don't know I have PTSD, but a few friends I work with do. I am trying to calm myself down and telling myself it will be fine, blah blah. I'm waiting for the vehicle to have its safety check done, and I look down and there's this little metal thing on the ground between my feet. I pick it up and it's a small metal piece, perfectly rectangular, about a half an inch long. It says drive safe. I need you here with me with a heart. I still keep it in my pocket. More of a weird experience. I think I've put this on Reddit before, but it's a great story. I was sitting with my ex-girlfriend watching TV and scrolling through my phone. I put my phone down to watch a bit of the TV show and go to pick my phone back up again. Gone. Must have slipped between the cushions. Nope, not there, not under the sofa, behind the cushions, just completely gone. Me and her were so confused, so she tried calling my phone to see if we could find it. That way this number has been disconnected. We just look at each other so confused. We put all the cushions back on the sofa and thought while we're up we'll go in the kitchen and get some snacks, walk back into the room, and my phone is there on the sofa exactly where I remember putting it down. The phone starts ringing and it's my girlfriend. I look at her and she's not calling me and doesn't even have her phone with her. In fact, she left it on the sofa when we went to get snacks. I slide to answer my phone and it just ends the call, but my phone is super hot to the touch, like burning hot. It then just turns off, probably from overheating, I'd assume. We have no idea what happened to my phone that day, where it went, how it was ringing when nobody was calling, and how it got that hot on an average November afternoon. But it's one of them stories that people never believe when I tell, and sadly the only person who witnessed it with me isn't in my life anymore to back me up. My parents had recently bought me a camera for my 12th birthday, but I had no need to use it and no particular interest in photography, so I'd stored it in my bookcase, in its case for a later date. A few months later I needed it to take pictures at an art gallery for my school work. When I turned it on and opened it up, I decided to check if I had taken any photos when I received the camera and delete anything on there to free up storage space. The photos saved on the camera, I can't explain. There were about 20 photos of me on there, asleep, taken at different angles. I was tucked up in bed and completely asleep. Some photos were close-ups of my face, others were taken at the other side of the room. I asked my parents and sister if it were them, but they denied it. My parents were super big on privacy and would never come into my room, especially since I was a terrible sleeper and they always wanted me to get as much rest as possible instead of staying up and playing on my DS, and my sister would never come in either as she was always fast asleep before me. I know neither of them would have done something that weird, either. All of them have maintained they haven't done it, and when it's brought up in conversation they seem as perplexed and creeped out as I feel about it. It can't have been a burglary or someone breaking in either, as my parents would often stay up very late, and the photos were taken just after midnight. It's been over a decade and I still can't explain how there are photos of me on there. I was in Colonial Williamsburg, Virginia getting some night shots while no one would be walking around. It was about 1 a.m. when I was setting up a shot looking down Main Street at the old Capitol building. There wasn't a soul in sight. I began the long exposure with my handheld shutter release and turned to look down the street in the opposite direction. It wasn't long before I heard the shutter close. As I turned back around to advance the film, there was a young woman briskly walking towards me. She was completely dressed in colonial attire, as is the norm there. She wished me a good night and said she must be getting home. I didn't think much of the encounter other than, well great, I'll have to try that shot again. Though my head was turned, she startled me as I knew that if anyone came from that direction, there was only one road they could walk down. But how did she get right up on me without seeing or hearing anything? Now I have to get this film developed to see if there's a clue as to where she came from. I got the film back 24 hours after dropping it off and I tore into the bag. Every single photo was terrible. Incorrect exposures. Washed out lights. It wasn't my first failed attempt at nighttime photography. But there was one picture that came out perfectly, the Main Street photo. I looked all over that picture for any trace elements of scattered light since she was moving through a long exposure. Nothing. No traces. No streaks. Not even a light trail. The image was perfectly lit and I had my shot. What I didn't have was the colonial woman who absolutely should have been in my shot. Not the strangest, most unexplainable story on here, but it was definitely unsettling at the time. I attempted suicide as a teenager. I was placed in supervised therapy, and put on 2 antidepressants and an antipsychotic. The combination of these meds made me so much worse. I started hallucinating and hearing things. I felt as though there was a negative entity looming over my shoulder at all times. I eventually was able to pull myself out of this miserable experience. Therapy didn't do much for me, and my desire to get off of those meds were my main driving force. I'm almost 40 now, and have since been diagnosed as having bipolar disorder in my mid-30s. I still have moments where I sense negativity around me, and see things out of the corner of my eye. I'm not sure if it was the attempt at suicide, the meds, or just changes to my mind itself, but I have struggled with these issues all of my adult life. I was dating a lady for about a year and a half, probably 4 years ago now, and she was not someone that believed in anything of that nature. I would hear my kitchen cupboards opening and closing all the time. I would just let the stuff go because it was just something that either I was used to, or just chalked it up to my mental state. She heard it and started freaking out. I explained my situation and past, something I don't always share. She heard it multiple times throughout the times of us dating to somewhere possibly reaffirm that I'm not completely crazy, I guess. I don't know if something is attached to me, or it is just my mind. I have been on meds most of my life, and I just try to accept it all and push forward the best that I can. Nobody will read, so who cares? When I was 18, me and 2 friends had a chill session at one friend's house while the rest of the family was on vacation: grandma, mom, aunt, and an older than us cousin. The stipulation was that we help him clean the house up so when they got home, it was nice and smelled good and they could relax. Remember, there are no children in the house. We cleaned that house spotless, and as a thank you, the friend copped an 18-pack of Modelo. We already had herb. I got us some snacks as well. Several beers in, it was the homie whose house it was to grab another round from the fridge. The other homie and I were in the back deck being doofus 18-year-old stone types. After too long, the friend didn't come back with the brew. Figuring he was taking a dump, I walked into the house to get said brew. Let me tell you what I saw. My friend, dark-skinned Mexican foo, standing in the kitchen staring at the ground. The only place beside the bathroom that had linoleum. I was about to crack a joke that he was too stoned until I followed his eyes. There were sticky footprints of a toddler coming from the hall, to the fridge, and back to the hall. There are no children that live there. The doors were locked because it was the hood. My knees got weak and I sobered up faster than a junkie after Narcan. I'm black as hell, and when the other homie came in, he said we were white as fuck. Suffice to say, we went to another homie's house but still couldn't shake it. We were zombies. Couldn't talk, or really function. Ghost kids are the only ghosts I believe in. A few years back I was riding back from picking up my cousin from work at around 9 p.m. My other cousin, her brother, was driving and I was in the passenger seat. We were driving down a back road with only fields of what will eventually be corn and vegetables on both sides, with a single 2-story house with an attic coming up in the distance on the right side of the road. This house had a tree about 4 to 5 stories, using story as a form of measurement as I had no idea how to tell distance by eye alone. High in the yard, and above the tree, let's say at a 7th or 8th story high, was this large dark shape sitting against the night sky. I could barely make it out with it being so dark. It was by chance I noticed it, but with how large the shape was I figured it was a plane getting ready to land, as I was aware there was an airport not far from here. But as we approached closer and closer, the shape stayed right where it was, sitting above the tree. I kept asking myself, what is that? What is that? More curious than anything. We were going to pass the house and the shape still sat there above it, so I slunk super low into my seat until I could look up and out my passenger side window, trying to get a good look at this thing from underneath as we passed by. Beneath the shape was 3 very large circular lights arranged in the shape of a slight isosceles triangle. They were a bluish white, and did not, for lack of a better term, brighten anything. They were just giant circles of bluish white. They weren't blinding at all, just huge and bright, I guess like a large glow. The bright circles were set into this dark shape. You couldn't see any details of this giant shape even with these huge lights attached to it. The size of these circles were a little mind-boggling, as the lights would have been much larger than the vehicle we were driving in if this thing was closer to the ground. I said, "Oh my God." With a disbelieved inflection, "If you can imagine what I'm throwing out here," and my cousin asked me what? With concern. I asked him if he could see that shape against the sky above the house we just passed, and he said, "Yeah, I can," to which I say, "Dude, I think that's a UFO." We're a bit of distance further away from the house as we pull over, get out and watch the shape sit there, unmoving and in complete silence, the shape, not us. From our angle, there is a single blinking light on the shape like a plane would have, but from the way it just sat in the air making zero noise, I just can't believe it was a plane, but it most definitely was the size of one. I tell him about the lights I saw from beneath the shape, and after a few more minutes of gawking, he unexpectedly gets back in the car. I look back one more time, then I follow suit and we head back to town, watching it continue to sit there until we turn onto a road and it is no longer in sight. I kinda regret not thinking about telling him to go under it a second time to look at it again, but man, when something so unknown is just sitting right there a stone's throw away from the ground, the last thing that crossed my mind was let's go under it again. Lol. I've always believed in UFOs, whether that be aliens or what have you, or at least enjoyed watching tons of YouTube videos on them. But after that, there is no doubt in my mind that UFOs are indeed something real. What really gets me is that all these photos and videos of 3 circle lights in the shape of a triangle are pretty much exactly what it looks like. Lol. If you ever wondered what a UFO sighting looks like, there you go. Sorry for the long post. I'm not much of a storyteller, or succinct. Lol. I had a house share and I was the main tenant. One of the other guys living there had some problem behavior and started to fall behind on his rent. I had to kick him out. He was a big guy and was prone to losing his temper. When the day came for him to move all his stuff out, he was very angry with me and I was worried that he might be violent. He had threatened me and other people before. Anyway, he was moving his stuff from an upstairs room to a van in the street. I sat in the back garden while he was doing this. At some point during his move I heard him speaking very loudly, then swearing. I thought someone else must have come home and thought, oh shit, here we go, so I sat up very quickly and went into the house to find out what was happening and perhaps defuse the situation. As I walked in I saw him standing at the bottom of the stairs looking up them, and I can't remember exactly what he was saying, but he was threatening. As I approached him I asked, what's going on, who are you talking to? He turned to me to then back up the stairs, then back to me, like a deer in headlights. I asked him again what's going on and he struggled to get his words out. He said, you were just there, at the top of the stairs, just staring at me, blocking the way. He asked me what the hell was going on. I of course had no idea. He bolted, got in the van and left. It was all very strange. I went upstairs to see who else was here, but the house was empty. He hadn't finished clearing his room. There were a few bags of clothes and a box of books and magazines. At that point in my life I hadn't thought about my ghost in a while, but I would later learn through mutual acquaintances that he recounted the story for them. They wanted to know how I did it and why I freaked him out. He never came back to the house and I never saw him again. Suppose my ghost did me a favor that day. Okay, the next one is a bit different as I sort of have a memory of this experience. My place of work was across the street from a bar. My work was a daytime business and the bar stayed open late, very late at weekends. One weekend night one of the bar regulars claimed to have seen someone wandering around in the dark in my place of work and called the owner, my boss. Everyone knows everyone, small town. My boss lived only a couple of streets away and was awake when the regular called. He shot down in his car to investigate. He found no one there, the building was locked up and the alarm was on. My boss told me and the other guys this had happened and that it was odd because the guy that rang him said there was definitely a man stood at the window looking over towards the bar, albeit poorly illuminated from just the street lights. Now, this was really weird because a couple of nights prior I had a really vivid dream where I woke up in a dark room, not my bedroom, and was moving around slowly in the dark, touching the environment, and deduced that I was at work. I went over to the dim light coming through a window and looked out across the street. The dream must have changed. I didn't remember much else but thought about it when I woke up because it seemed so vivid, like I was really there. I didn't think much else about it. I often have vivid dreams, but a few days later, when my boss told me the story of the phantom intruder, I obviously thought, well, that's super weird. I thought, could I have slept, walked to work and then taken myself home? However, I didn't have, and never had, the keys, or the alarm code. I would later talk to the guy at the bar that reported the intruder. He was an acquaintance. He said there was definitely someone in there and asked if it was me with a bit of cheeky smile. He said he thought it looked like me at the window, but it was quite dark. I told him of course not, and that the whole place was locked up and alarmed and I didn't have out-of-hours access. He said, look, whatever you were doing, don't get yourself in trouble. I told him it honestly wasn't me. But was it? On a long road trip when I was a little kid. A whole day's drive across the country. I would either be reading or staring out the window, taking it all in. I had been staring out the window for maybe a good hour or two and it was getting dark. Then a little streak out of nowhere and it turns into a violent fireball. It looked like it came straight down to earth. Of course I didn't know shit about fuck at that age, I was captivated. But that's not even the thing I can't explain. As I'm awestruck and processing what the hell I just witnessed, an orb-looking thing started floating. The best I can describe it is it looked like a miniature moon. Rotating slowly, slightly glowing. It got closer to us. We were going down the interstate and it seemed to match our speed. It hovered not too far alongside us for a bit, and just as I start to get a good look at it, it bolts away, lightning fast. Gone. I remember my parents being annoyed as I try to explain things as best a little kid can. My dad said I saw a shooting star, side story, I thought that's what a shooting star was for years until I saw what they were supposed to look like years later, lol. That was pretty much the last time I ever really told anyone this story other than telling people I had seen a meteor once I learned about it years later. Here's the thing. I am not superstitious about it or anything. I have genuinely thought about it plenty of times throughout my life trying to actually explain it. My best theory so far is that the fireball ended in a flash that was really bright and I was staring right at the thing. Perhaps it blinded me temporarily and left a spot in my vision like when you stare at the sun? Perhaps that was the orb I saw afterwards that was floating directly in the center of my vision. Our eyes twitched pretty fast, so the thing darting away so fast could have been me snapping back to reality and looking around. I honestly don't know. It's a vivid memory and I always leave the floating orb bit out of the story, because yeah, I know you won't believe me. New Year celebrations years ago, I was in Goa. Partied my ass off on all substances possible and was partying until the last hour of my flight. I'm catching a 4 a.m. flight back to Sharjah, United Arab Emirates. For those who aren't familiar, Sharjah is the super conservative cousin of Dubai. They don't serve alcohol in the entire state. During my NY revelries on the hilltop of Goa, my flip-flops snapped. Like the hero I was, I threw the flip-flops into oblivion to connect with Mother Earth through my bare feet. I had completely forgotten I needed to get onto a flight in less than 3 hours. My luggage was already onto the way to the airport by my more responsible friends. So, I'm just left with the clothes on my back and a backpack that carries a speaker and my passport. I reached the airport, only after begging my cab driver that I would pay him 2,642 Indian rupees in exchange for his shoes, as that seemed to be the only option available. No stores selling footwear are open at 3 a.m. in Goa, you see. So after he declined, I seemed to sober up by the millisecond and I reached the airport and all of a sudden, became very self-aware that I'm dressed in a fluorescent neon blue t-shirt and baggy white harem pants and a bare foot. My friends that I caught up later at the airport described me as a rave smurf. So here I am checking in at the airport and being rushed through security since I was literally the last person to check in exactly 45 minutes before the flight. I'm embarrassed as hell, being escorted through the airport staff to bypass all time-consuming checks since my name has been announced at the boarding gate. I'm shitting bricks as well, thinking of how possibly I could land in Sharjah airport and not be taken away for a drug test, and I kid you not. Lo and behold, right there on the escalator lies a pair of quicksilver gray flip-flops, my right size and all, just at the bottom. Absolutely no clue how it got there and no clue why TF it was there in the first place, but it was just there. I'm generally agnostic with a healthy dose of atheism, but that was a moment I believed in guardian angels. Still got them pair. I think it's been about 12 years. This will probably get buried, but I have a relatable story. The most unexplainable thing that has happened in my life was possibly something to do with an alternate universe. I was on a vacation in LA, California, to meet up with friends and just eat and walk around for 4 days to get away from stress at work. The place I was staying at was an Airbnb in an owned apartment complex. I was with my wife, so I have 2 people to account for this phenomenon. This apartment complex was multi-leveled. Underneath was an underground parking structure. We brought our own car. We had an assigned parking space per the agreement on the Airbnb contract that we parked in each day. On day 3, we parked in the same spot that we always did. Our room was on the 3rd floor and there was only one elevator to get to the floors. As we got in the elevator, we noticed padding in the elevator. We thought possibly someone was moving furniture and didn't want to damage anything, so we thought nothing of it. When we got to our floor, this is where things turned strange. The floor was dimly lit. It's as if the light went from bright LED to old halogen lights. There was not a person in sight and no sound of people on the floor. We thought it was strange, but we continued on to our room. We got to our room, we used our key, and it opened the door like normal, but when we opened the door, we were shocked. The place looked exactly the same except it was cold and dimly lit like the outside floor was. It was immaculately cleaned, all the same pictures on the walls and furniture, but all our things were missing like no one has been in there for a long time. Beds were made, kitchen and bathrooms were clean. We were very confused. So we thought maybe our reservation was messed up and the owner took our stuff out and had the place cleaned. We headed back out to the dimly lit hallway into the padded elevator straight back to our car. We called the owner to see if something happened. He did not answer. So after about an hour of waiting, we decided to just go back to the room and wait to see if he would call us back. We got to the elevator and there was no more padding. We thought odd because we could see the elevator from our car but didn't see anyone come or go. We got to our floor, and the lights were bright again. We got to our room, we put the key in and it unlocked like normal. Just like that, we were back in our normal room with all of our stuff in it. We never got an answer for what happened. If you're thinking what did the owner say? He said no, nothing was wrong with our reservation and he did not have another rental property. Needless to say, we freaked and left immediately. Nothing like that has happened to us since, but it sure was the creepiest thing to happen to either of us. I'm just glad my wife was there to witness it with me, because I would have thought I was going crazy. My mom passed away in 2017 and a few months passed and I was really missing her. Things were changing in my life: new job, new college major, new girlfriend. I was sitting in the moonlight and thinking about how much I wanted to call my mom and explain how my life was going, but I couldn't. My phone was playing music out loud and in the middle of the song it skipped to the next song. The song that played was Under the Moon by Harbor. Most people don't know that band, but the lyrics are, "So we'll settle down under the moon. Find a place with just me and you. With that look in your eyes and the stars so bright, we'll settle down under the moon." And I launched myself into the stars. With batting eyes and softly beating hearts. You whispered in my ear, "I swear I love you, my dear." And I launched myself into the stars. So we'll settle down under the moon. Find a place with just me and you. With that look in your eyes and the stars so bright, we'll settle down under the moon. When my mom died, my family refused to be in the room when they pulled the plug, and that made me furious. I was not going to let my mom die alone, so I was the only one in the room with her, excluding the nurse. It was a very long 45 minutes. I was holding her hand and talking non-stop to her about how much I love her, and slowly felt her pulse leave her body. It was one of the first times I really listened to the lyrics of that song, and I lost it. I broke down and cried for hours. It felt like she was there with me and she heard me say I love her when she died. I will never forget that moment. I love you, Mom. I was with my mom and dad and we had gone to pick up a pizza we ordered. When we were driving back home, we had to cross under a bridge to go from one side of the highway to the other side. In this particular location, there were several bridges we could choose to go under and we would still be home within the same time frame, so we picked the last one because it's got better visibility. As we were driving down the road, we passed the first underpass, a bridge over a river, and the second underpass. Before reaching the third, we saw a car coming in the opposite direction. It was a white car, boxy, probably from the 90s or so. No idea what model or make. Just old, beat up, but still functional. The car unexpectedly turned to its left, our right, so it crossed in front of us from left to right, and went under another underpass. I know I said bridge earlier, I'm not sure what the right word is. We go under, not over, the highway. Anyway, the car disappeared. I know that this really happened because my mom hit the brakes to avoid hitting the car, and later, my dad asked if we saw that. See, where the car turned and disappeared, there was no underpass. It effectively drove into what should have been a solid slope of grass and some kind of structure holding the highway on top. When we looked, it wasn't anywhere. We didn't even see it when we should have, after crossing the real underpass. It completely disappeared. My dad asked Mom and I if we saw that, and I confirmed, and Mom was spooked, so she said no, but Dad pointed out she had hit the brakes for the car. To this day I haven't seen it again. I am not superstitious, and I don't believe in the supernatural, but I've had a few dreams that would be eerie if you believed in that stuff. My mom worked the night shift at General Motors, and on the weekends, she would often leave from work around 2 a.m. to visit her boyfriend at his lake house a few hours drive from our home. One such Friday night/Saturday morning when I was 17 or 18, I had a dream that my mom was in a very bad accident and was badly hurt or maybe even dead. I woke up really upset. I might have even been crying. I immediately called my mom's cell phone to ask if she was okay. She answered and immediately asked if I was okay because I sounded upset. I told her about my dream and said I just needed to make sure she was okay. She told me that she was fine and would call me when she got to her boyfriend's place. She was kind of short with me, but I figured she didn't want me distracting her as she was trying to drive in the dark. She called me a couple hours later and asked me if I was able to remember any details about my dream. I told her I couldn't remember anything other than she was hurt in an accident. My mom then told me that she had just hit a deer that totaled her car and busted out her windshield. Fortunately, she was unhurt. As soon as she turned on her hazards, her phone rang. It was my call. She was really creeped out by it. Several years later, I had a similar instance. I woke up one morning and told my husband that I'd had a bad dream that someone broke into our house while we were gone. We both dismissed it and went to work, but when my husband went home for lunch, our house was trashed. Someone has broken into our house through the back door. When he called me to let me know, my husband asked me if I remembered my dream before he told me what had happened. The last dream, my mom died from cancer when I was in my early 30s. It was incredibly hard on me. A couple years later, I dreamed that my mom was in hospice again and living her last days. At one point, she wanted to go to the bathroom, so I walked her to the door, and it was locked. I somehow forced the lock and got her in there in time. As I walked her back to bed after she used the bathroom, she said, "It's not the things you've done that you think about when you're laying here. Live your life, hon." The next morning, I let the dog out and headed to the bathroom. The bathroom was empty, but the door was locked. Like I said, I don't believe in signs, but sometimes a coincidence triggers a response that almost makes me want to believe. When I was a teenager and at my first job, I would always call my mom when I got to work to let her know I made it to work safety. So like usual, I call her, and while we are talking, some random number starts calling me and they leave a voicemail. I tell my mom what time I'm getting off and then we hang up. Before I head into work, I listen to the voicemail. It was the exact conversation I just had with my mom. But it sounded like she was in the other room. At the end of the voicemail, I hear my mom say bye to me, and then there was static. I was so freaked out. I called the random number that had called me and it went to voicemail. The voicemail was of my female coworker saying, "You've reached so and so, leave a message." Even weirder is I had said coworker's number as a contact in my phone, but the number that called me was different than the one I had for her. We weren't friends, but had each other's numbers just in case if we needed to switch shifts. We never hung out outside of work. So I walk into work all freaked out trying to figure this out, and this coworker was at work. I told her about what happened and even showed her the number that called me. She was beyond confused and was just as freaked out as I was. She didn't recognize the number. When I got home that night, I told my mom and she got spooked too. We never could explain it. When we were kids, my sis and I would hear our names being called out in our home. This was an older house made out of clay and the walls were about 2 feet thick, so sound really didn't travel. But me, mom, and sis heard our names being called every now and then, even when the house was empty. If I didn't respond, I would just hear it louder next time. We moved out but never found what caused it. There was a period in time when I wanted to be a ghost researcher and went with some friends to a graveyard at night to do an EVP session. Got a few recordings of screeching, heard footsteps, and at one point we circled up and started hearing whispers around. We got spooked and left shortly after. The real stuff happened after. For the next 7 days, I started hearing whispers at home, just before I would fall asleep. I got so spooked I couldn't sleep. The fridge magnets were all over the place. One day I was doing homework but was so freaking tired by my lack of sleep that I fell asleep on my desk. Woke up to a page full of scribbles, writing the letter X over and over and over. On the weekend we traveled out of town and just so happens we passed by the graveyard. All of a sudden I felt a huge load being lifted off my shoulders. Very similar to when you take off your backpack. I stopped having experiences at home. Ghosts? Who knows, but I really started to believe. Another one, I woke up in the middle of the night and saw my grandma standing up floating in front of my bedroom wall, smiling, and she suddenly vanished. Tried to make sense of what I was watching for a few minutes and I just went back to sleep. Sis told me the next day she also saw the same image. By now we live on opposite sides of the US. She called my mom and she told us grandma passed away that night. About 2 decades later and the same thing happened with my dad. Woke up and saw my dad standing beside my bed and thought, "Oh shit, not again." Then he vanished. Called my stepmom the morning after to find out my dad passed that night. When I was younger, I was sleeping with my girlfriend at her place. I was laying on my back and woke up to the sound of something opening the door. I leaned forward to see if it was one of her cats. They did open the door from time to time. To my horror, I was greeted by a giant figure in the doorway. I was petrified. I'm a big man, 6 feet 3 inches, but something about this thing just terrified me. I felt small and weak. As if the physical world wanted to torture me, I realized I was unable to move. I just sat there. I could somehow turn my head, but I couldn't speak. I couldn't lift my hand to wake my girlfriend. I couldn't do anything but stare at this thing as it walked into the room. I was freaking out now. A few seconds had passed and I could feel my heart wanting to burst from my chest. I heard my girlfriend whimper. I wanted to glance at her, but I couldn't take my eye off this beast that was now making its way to the foot of the bed. I tried to yell, but it only came out as a groan. It was like my throat was paralyzed. I kept trying to speak. Say something. Go away or Jesus help me. I was desperate and couldn't think. I recalled an old memory from Bible school that demons fled at the name of Jesus, but as if it knew that, it had paralyzed my throat. It leaned forward and put 2 massive paws on the bed. Paw is the best term I can think of to describe this thing's hand. By that time, I was finally able to squeak out a tiny, garbled sentence, "Holy Jesus, God help me." Whatever this thing was stopped moving, and slowly backed out of the room. As soon as it left, my girlfriend shot up. She was crying and said, "What was that thing?" I didn't know. We cried together for a few minutes before we decided to stay up and watch movies for the rest of the night. That next day she wanted to go to church. She was an atheist and I was barely a Christian for the most part. But that thing terrified us, and we both saw it. It was really hard to sleep the next few months. Fortunately, I've never seen anything like it since. When I was a kid, there was one time something odd happened. I went to the kitchen to look what time it is, and just when I saw the clock, it moved really quickly. In a few seconds, about 8 hours passed and I still remember it in high detail. After that, I saw it was night and my parents told me to come sit and eat. I asked this to my mother and she told me that I stared at the clock for hours. The weird thing is that, I have ADHD and was really energetic back then, so it was impossible for me to stand in a place for that many hours. I was really young, so I probably wouldn't even be able to stay hungry and thirsty that long either. And the next weird thing happened after this is that many things changed in my view. For example, I remember learning that Earth is weather because it gets further away from sun in winter and gets closer to sun in summer. On top of that, many things changed in math. Many brand names changed. I remember visiting Armenia and it was land of Azerbaijan when I was a kid. The weird thing is that I can't visit Armenia and my parents wouldn't visit either since I'm a Turk. I remember many things in video games being changed. I have so many things I remember in detail, but all of them changed. The most weird thing is that I still have old pictures of me and my family visiting Armenia, but it had Azerbaijan flag. That's not something that could happen. I was riding a four-wheeler around the mountains nearby a property my father owns. I was just kind of checking out the land, and whatnot. Learning where the paths go, etc. I figure, if we have property up here, I may as well know how to get around. The area is basically a mix of mountain, forest, and then plains in the valleys. At the time we were up there, my father and I were the only people up there. While I was riding along this one trail, I came across this absolutely massive moose. Now, I have nothing but mountain and forest going upwards to my right, and a sheer cliff with forest to my left. This moose squared up with me, as if to warn me that it was gonna attack if I came any closer. As slowly and carefully as I could, I turned the four-wheeler around, and zipped away. Looking back, the moose was just gone. I stopped, and just stared back there for a minute. This thing had to be like 10 or more feet tall. I would have been able to see it if it had just gone right back up the path. So I was like, did it go over the edge of the cliff? And started to look for it. I slowly drove back there, and looked around. It just seemed to have completely vanished. There is no way I can think of that it could have left my capable line of sight, other than going right over the cliff. Something about this whole thing just made me feel really uneasy. I can't really explain why, but it did. I hightailed it back to our camp spot, and we just went on with the rest of the day as planned. A few days later, we saw on the news that there were several landslides, one of the largest of which was on the path that I was riding on, just up the path from where I had been stopped by the moose. What would have happened if I had rode up that path some more? Would I have triggered the slide? Would I have been caught in it? It's such a fascinating and befuddling thing. Either way, that moose being where it was stopped me. The fact that it just disappeared weirded me out. It may have very well saved my life. Booked an authentic French cottage for a vacation when I was a kid. It was in a rural hamlet, somewhere in the depths of Brittany. Turned up first evening, and we were supposed to let ourselves in. The place was a tip, with the bed stripped and bedclothes wet on the line. There was a peacock randomly tethered in a cage in the back garden. Upstairs, we explored the bedrooms, and found one bedroom older than the rest, with a traditional Breton-style bed, with doors that closed around it. It was the only one not stripped bare. There was nothing else in that room, save for a framed painting on the wall. The painting showed a little girl in a white dress, standing against a chintzy countryside backdrop. We walked out the bedroom, and out the house. There was no way we could stay that night, and thankfully checked into a local B&B. Once we were of the house, my mother announced that we absolutely were not setting foot in that house again. She went on to explain that she didn't want to say anything at the time to scare me, but as we left the Breton bedroom, she noticed that the little girl in the painting had changed position, and was suddenly pointing at the bed. Now, my mother is not prone to dramatics, or a believer in anything paranormal. But the look on her face told me she was deadly serious. We never went back to that house. I honestly shudder to think what might have happened if we'd stayed a night there. Plus, the peacock. WTF. When I was 16, I was working as a car hop at a local drive-in, and I was working the late night shift. The curb closed at 12 a.m. in the summertime, but we didn't usually get a whole lot of people at that time. A dark brown van pulled into the furthest stall at about 11:45 p.m. It was one of those unmarked, windowless, for the most part, vans that looks like a work van. They called in for food, and a bunch of cups of ice. I was the only car hop left. There were only 3 of us at the drive-in, me, a cook, and a manager, so I took the order out to the van. I didn't have a whole lot of visibility into the car, but a man probably in his late 50s or early 60s rolled the window down to collect the food. He started to make general conversation with me and seemed to be in a good mood. As he reached to grab his food items from me, I noticed that his shirt looked to have blood on it, and his lap was covered in towels that looked very dirty and also appeared to have blood on them. And then I heard a low moan from the back seat. I glanced back there and saw what appeared to be a significantly younger woman laying in the back on the bench. She appeared to be sleepy but was blinking with big, tired blinks. The man quickly grabbed the other cup from me and laughed awkwardly and says, "Oh, she's a bit drunk. Gotta get her home. Thanks." But at that moment the woman moaned again and covered her face and coughed or sobbed a bit. That's what it sounded like to me. The man rolled his window up, and I quickly backed away, but couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously wrong. I immediately went inside and called our off-duty police officer who did rounds at the drive-in at night, as a second job. I couldn't quite articulate what the problem was, but I strongly felt that the woman had been drugged or was hurt in some way. By the time the office got there, the car was already gone, but we did report it up further. I never found out what happened, but I hope my gut feeling was wrong. Worked in a library. The college dated back to the mid-1850s, but the library was newer, 1960s. It was only 2 stories, and small. I was responsible for the closing rounds, and when I would clear the top floor there was always 1 or 2 people remaining on the bottom floor at the main desk, where they had a clear view of the only exits, plus the main stairwell from the second floor, and the only fire stair. Frequently, I would be upstairs to turn off the lights and then watch as a few seconds later the fire door would open and swing shut. Front desk staff would never see anyone in the building. At least twice after we emptied the building, we would glance upstairs only to find all the chairs, that I would flip upside down and put up on the reading tables, were back down on the carpet. They were heavy, old school, wood ones. I later found out that cleaning crews stopped cleaning the building at night due to similar happenings and would only clean it immediately before staff arrived in the morning. I was working in a prison one night and decided to stay late. The floor layout was similar to a barracks. No cells, just double bunks in rows with lockers at the ends. We dimmed the floor lights so the inmates could sleep better but still light enough to catch them if they misbehaved. I'm brewing a cup of coffee and everything is chill. We are all sitting up in the bubble talking about our workouts and plans for the weekend. I see this guy walking in circles, looking at the floor. The circles kept getting wider and more elliptical. My sixth sense started going off. No noises, no screaming, just a guy walking in broad circles repeatedly. We sallied out the door to the bubble and there wasn't a sound from the bunks. Just the pit-pat of this man's feet as he continued his orbit around the room. We used outlights to illuminate the guy and I saw his face was split down the center with a visible and broad seam of meat, nose was mangled, the opening in his skin where as I should have been was just raw meat. His head was swollen around his forehead and temples and he was dripping thick globs of blood. After we saw this we scanned the room, we found another individual at the back of the room, clothes to the bathroom cut out. He was swinging a lock and a sock. After a brief scuffle we put him in an armbar. Apparently these two has beef. The perpetrator with a lock and a sock waited till his victim went to sleep and wailed on him. The victim got a brain injury in his sleep and woke up too disorienting, brain injured and discombobulated to make much any sound or do anything except waddle around in circles. I was a nuke in the Navy for 11 years, specifically a mechanic. I was stationed on an aircraft carrier for 4 years out of San Diego. Carriers have 2 nuclear power plants to them and I was a mechanic in the number 2 plant. It was always a wild rumor that number 1 plant was haunted. This sort of story is super common in the Navy. Some shipyard bubba killed himself / fell down a hatch. Now his ghost haunts this area or something along those lines. When the plants are shut down in port, there are only a handful of people in the plant at night. The shutdown reactor operator, SRO, and shutdown roving watch, SRW, are required to be there at all times. While the SRO has to stay in a certain area to monitor the reactor, the SRW is supposed to continuously tour the plant. This usually happens on a 6 on / 6 off schedule on a 24 hours duty day. Meaning that on your back 6 as a SRW, you're pretty much alone in the plant at 2 a.m. with only the SRO stuck in their box to talk to occasionally. I ended up getting stuck in number 1 plant a lot as the SRW because my duty section didn't have a whole lot of number 1 planters around, and if you're qualified in one, you're qualified in both. The SRW isn't allowed to operate anything. If something routine needs accomplished, that's up to the reactor mechanical operator, RMO, who can also leave the plant and is usually in berthing sleeping during the night. Every day at midnight there are certain daily maintenance procedures that need to get done, specifically in an area called Charging Station Watch, CSW. My RMO would refuse to do them if I didn't accompany them, as he absolutely believed that number 1 CSW was haunted. Now, wanting the company to keep me awake at night, I'd agree to hang out with them as they work. Now CSW is always a few degrees colder than the rest of the plant, but I swear it always felt way colder down there than what it should be. And I'd swear I'd hear noises behind me as I walked into the next watch station to take logs, but in a 40-plus-year-old plant, it's not uncommon to hear noises like these. Nonetheless, I damn near sprint to the next watch station for logs every time. I'm not terribly superstitious, but being alone in a plant at 1 a.m. will change your mind. The part that did it for me though was standing number 1 SRW one night. We were in a maintenance availability, so there was a lot of extra equipment set up around the plant for various shipyard work. I had just stepped down into number 1 CSW for my 2 a.m. log set after taking the watch and was navigating around some scaffolding for logs when one of the chainfall hoists started cycling behind. Now, for those who aren't aware of what a chainfall hoist is, it's basically a 2-point pulley that connects between an eye bolt and whatever you're trying to lift with some hooks and chains. There's a chain loop that you pull to raise or lower the hoist, kind of like old blinds. These chain hoists, especially the ones used to move steam plant equipment around, are huge, and they require a bit of exertion to pull them. The chain hoist next to me was basically free spinning like somebody was pulling it up. I noped out of there immediately, took the stairs 3 at a time to the SRO and called berthing. My RMO was back there and I was the only one in the plant at the time. No one could have cycled the chainfall and hidden, since it was only a few feet behind me and you can hear every footstep on diamond deck on a shutdown plant. Needless to say, I stayed with the SRO the whole time and did not ever stand number 1 SRW again. Sat in a mental health hospital with a 6 to 8, I forget, year old as she told us with incredible accuracy how she was going to end the life of her parents. I'd passed the parents on the way in. They'd brought her in due to her acting distant and finding her muttering to herself in the early hours in the kitchen, in her bedroom, and eventually in their bedroom. She described in detail to us what knife, where it was located, where she would insert it, all whilst they were sleeping. She told us how she had watched them sleeping in multiple occasions. All the information was delivered with a deadpan stare and a monotone whisper. I swear she didn't blink once. The parents had no idea, they were just concerned about her behavior. I still remember that little girl's face, real nightmare fuel. When I was 11-ish, I was staying with some cousins of my cousin, and we were all playing hide and seek at the trailer park they lived at. It was a decent-sized trailer park, but was on the outskirts of town, just outside some farmland. As we were playing, there was a group of about 10 of us. At some point during the game, a little girl, in a very old-looking dress, had joined the group. When my friend Nick noticed her, his face went pale and he seemed scared. As did his brothers. She wasn't saying anything and just seemed to be happy to be running around with kids. We keep playing, and it was turned to be it. Game keeps going. I find half of everyone hiding and come across my friend Nick, who comes hauling ass from around the corner of a trailer with that same pale, but terrified look in his face, and the little girl in pursuit. So I take off after them to tag them, but my friend was running towards one of the many random sheds at the park. As he runs into the shed, he slammed the door behind him right in the little girl's face. Me expecting her to run right into the door and fall down and cry, stops and waits to watch, only to see her go right through the door and just disappear. My jaw dropped, my heart dropped, and I got chills. I just got chills typing that lol. I turn around to see if anybody else had seen, and the group that had already been found were all within sight and had the same looks on their face as well. Half of them screamed and ran, and my cousin and his cousin came running to the shed, and we all tried to open the door, but couldn't. Nick was still inside the shed and was trying to open the door as well. After a few seconds we were all able to break the door open and told Nick that the girl ran right through the door, and he hauled us back to his trailer. We told his parents what had happened, and his mom told us to just stay inside for the rest of the day, and his dad told us not to play with that little girl anymore. Up to that point, the cousins had always told me scary stories when they would come stay with me about weird and creepy things happening at the trailer park. As a kid, it's like whatever, you're trying to scare me. But even their parents would back up the stories and seem genuinely disturbed when the stuff would come up. The mom was even from the area in Massachusetts where the Blair Witch stigma is at, and had a brother that had died in the woods there, so seeing her reactions when it would come up would always put me on edge. The little girl had been seen out there several times prior to that, and after was seen a couple more times, but everyone just stayed away from her. Over the years, there were more odd and weird things that happened when I would visit, but none quite like that. To this day, when we rarely see each other, it's one of things that we always bring up. My uncle has vast open desert land in Bakersfield, California. There's some mountains that transition into his yard with a valley of hills and big desert trees. My 4 older siblings would take me and we would go hunting. It wasn't real hunting. One person held a gun while we explored and went sightseeing. It was only for protection. We were never offensively hunting. We climbed on top of a small rock formation that overlooked the entire valley of trees and mountains, and you can see my uncle's house, which is about 5 minutes away from us at this point. Suddenly, a slot of thrashing and strange guttural noises came from a patch of trees. The trees shook and a flock of birds came scurrying out into the sky. We were terrified and could only think of mountain lions. Quickly, we heard very fast footsteps and rustling closing in on us now. We decided to stay put since we were a group and felt that running would make some of us vulnerable. Closer and closer, we can hear soft panting now. Closer and closer, we can hear footsteps. The bushes shook and bam, out of the bushes came my uncle's property dog Goldie, tail wagging and tongue out. We started laughing and she actually guided us back to house. My uncle had 3 property dogs, 2 pit bulls and 1 wolf dog. They were absolute sweethearts and kept us safe. Unfortunately, Goldie was killed by a rattlesnake a few years later protecting one of the other dogs. We never felt safe without her being in the desert after that. I was on the train on my way to work. A man next to me started making weird grunting sounds. Then started snoring. I assumed he was a noisy sleeper. It was 5:30 a.m. I looked over at him and noticed he was turning blue and his face was swelling up. I started to hit his back thinking that would wake him up. He collapsed to the side away from me. I started to raise my voice and rubbing his back, calling out to him, "Sir, sir, wake up." I was in shock at this point. Luckily some fellow passengers took over, told me to move to another seat and assured me they were going to look after him. I watched in horror as these people dragged this man out of the train, onto the platform and started CPR. I never found out what happened to him. I hope he survived. Ghosts in the Army. In basic training, I saw 2 instances of paranormal activity. The first instance was when I was on fire guard. During fire guard, you stay up for 1 hour of the night and make sure nothing happens. Additionally, you complete a cleaning task. My bay had 3-man fire guard shifts, with 2 on cleaning duty and 1 at the desk acting as scribe. I was usually the scribe as my battle buddies couldn't fill out a 1594 fire guard sheet to save their lives. Anyway, one night I was at my desk and scanning the bay when I saw a dark figure moving behind the bunks and into the latrine. We all wear black PT uniforms to sleep, so I thought it was just a battle buddy. Here's the thing though, when someone needs to use the latrine, they're supposed to provide an ID in the form of their common access card or dog tags and place it at the desk. This way, if something goes wrong, we know where everyone is. Normally, when someone fails to do the right thing, turn in their ID, I simply make a note of it and it gets dealt with in the morning. But my battle buddies had annoyed me with how often they screwed up and got us doing extra push-ups for day 1 nonsense. So, feeling vindictive, I left my desk and went to confront this prick for failing to do the right thing, again. Well, I checked the latrine, opened every door and checked every shower. There were only 2 people in there, my battles cleaning the sinks. I asked if anyone other than me had been in there had not been. A quick accountability sweep of the bay confirmed that no one was out of place. Later that week, at the rifle range, one of our drill sergeants dropped the bomb on us that the bay was, in fact, haunted by an entity called the Shadow Man. My next BCT ghost was on the day of graduation. After all the festivities and our completed graduation as soldiers of the U.S. Army, we all went back to our bays and waited for our buses to pick us up and take us to our next site for training. Since my bus was the last to show and wouldn't get there until the morning, it meant I had one last night in that bay. That night, I was on the drill pad as I had a battle buddy who needed to make a phone call. As I was pacing around, I took a glance into the woods. That's when I saw it. Standing just behind the tree line. There was an all-white figure, like a naked slender man, standing there. It had no features to speak of, other than its humanoid shape. Keeping my eyes on it, I signaled for my battle buddy to check it out. He saw I was spooked and rushed over. I took my eyes off the tree line for 1 second, but in that time, it disappeared. Thoroughly creeped out, my battle buddy and I rushed back into our bay. We weren't dealing with that shit, but my most recent ghost was by far my closest encounter. I was in my barracks, trying to get some rest. The lights were out, and I was very tired. I took another look around the room, and that's when I saw it. Standing in the corner of the room, not 10 feet from where I was sleeping, was a figure. I quickly turned on my bedside lamp, and it disappeared. Thinking it was my imagination, I turned the lamp off again, and it appeared in the corner again. Freaking out, I turned the lamp on again and it disappeared. Here's the kicker though, I had some mirrors that faced the corner. Even with the lamp on, the figure was clearly visible in the mirrors. Bright as day. It was average height and covered in burns. It was missing its arm at the elbow. On the same side as its missing arm, its jaw had separated from the rest of the head, such that the jawbone was hanging on by a thread on the opposite side. As a final touch, its eye on the same side looked like it had popped and melted out of its socket. It was a grotesque visage. Whoever this may have been in life, they had clearly died a horrible and painful death. It didn't make any noises and it didn't move from its place. So, still wanting sleep, I kept the lamp on and created a makeshift blindfold. Next morning, it had left my mirrors and completely disappeared. I haven't seen it since. Bases belonging to the military are notoriously haunted. A lot of people have died here for various reasons, and not all of them peacefully. Fort Sill, where I did BCT, has even had reports of sinkwalkers and wendigos. Maybe that's what I saw on graduation night, who knows? When I was around 16 or 17, my dad and I raised hogs on a farm owned by my uncle, and I would go over before the sun came up to feed and water them before school. One morning around 5 a.m. or so I showed up there and noticed the water for the horse trough was on. This trough had one of those old era pump handles that you have to pick up with considerable force, farm folks know the type. Anyway, I turned it off and chalked it up to my uncle and went about feeding the pigs. I came back outside and it was on again and the water was badly overflowing. Thinking my uncle was playing a trick on me, I turned it back off and continued on. The third time I noticed it was on, I began to feel a bit freaked out. I remembered suddenly that my uncle had gone to the beach for the week and wasn't home. The farm had always creeped me out a bit because of its tragic past, more on that in a minute, but this put it over the edge for me and I turned the water off again and left immediately. Later that day, my grandfather called and scolded me for leaving the horse trough overflowing, and I tried to explain that it wouldn't stay off and he thought I was telling stories. To this day I consider it my only encounter with anything unknown. Now on to the tragic nature of the farm. My grandfather's brother Henry owned the farm before my uncle. He had a wife and 2 kids, 1 boy and 1 girl. His daughter was killed when a gate fell on her and crushed her at a very young age. His wife was killed when lightning struck a tree and a limb crushed her while mowing the lawn. And finally Henry himself was gored by a bull and died right there on that farm. When I told my uncle the story about the water, he told me that it had happened before and he chalked it up to Uncle Henry playing games with him. Very strange and has stuck with me for a very long time. About 5 years ago I was on holiday in Indonesia on a small island that had a lot of cats. After a night of drinking, my boyfriend and I had a small argument, so I stepped out to get some air. It was really early morning and no one was around. I sat down on a step, hand in hands, just listening to the ocean, when all of a sudden I hear a faint meow right in front of me. Look up and a cat was about 2 foot away from me looking at me with half its head missing. It had obviously been hit by a motorcycle because it had gravel rash on half its body. This poor thing's had half its skull missing with brains hanging out. It was missing its ear and eye and its jaw was just skull. How it was still alive I have no idea. It was like a zombie. I just stared at it thinking WTF, then after about 10 seconds it turned and walked away without a care in the world. Still to this day I think about that cat. Not sure if it's because I felt terrible I couldn't help it or because it deep down freaked me the fuck out. Witnessed the aftermath of a shooting. Dude was speeding through some tight alleyways in Washington, D.C. after being shot and he ended up crashing right behind my grandparents' house. He slumped over and was causing the horn to honk. It was so freaky looking out the window, watching the police set up the crime scene tape with the horn blaring in the background. Super fucking eerie. Another time, me and my 2 other siblings were playing in our backyard in a townhouse. The backyard was wide open and had no separation, basically a huge field, and it had a big hill that led up and connected to another neighborhood. We were playing, being children, and the streetlights were about to come on. All of a sudden a grown-ass man comes strolling down the hill with a hoodie pulled up tight over his head, and the closer he got, the slower and deeper he repeated, "Don't run." Thankfully we did the exact opposite and fucking booked it to the crib. Shit still gives me the chills. I was at an amusement park one day during the summer, Ohio, I think. I was in the city for a national fraternity thing, and I was the only one from my chapter there. The meetings were lame, and I didn't really hit it off with the other guys, so when the day for the amusement park came, I pulled off the shirt with my letters, and slipped off into the crowd to do my own thing. I can't remember the park, but there were a lot of roller coasters. Since I had the day to myself, I made the goal of riding every one of them at least once from the front car. It was a good time, and I did make a few random friends there who tagged along for a while. Around the middle of the afternoon, while waiting in yet another line, I noticed some uncomfortable looks and staring at something to my left. When I turned to look, I saw a grown man, had to be 30s early 40s, straight up making out with this girl in line who couldn't have been older than 14 or 15. Nobody was saying anything, but the ick was palpable. When I saw the gross display, I instinctively reacted by blurting out, "Oh, what the fuck?" The dude looked up, with an annoyed, shitty look at first, like he might say something, then he saw literally everyone looking at him. He and the girl then quickly moved to extricate themselves from the line, and that flipped the switch. People started to talk shit, and were cursing at the guy and asking what he was doing with her. Some people were like, "Call security and call the police." But they did slip away. Within about 5 minutes, someone with park security came over and got statements and descriptions. I don't know whatever happened, but unless they sprinted to the parking lot and got out of Dodge, then I can't imagine the dude made it out. Weird day and experience that I hadn't thought about in years. Me and my friend went randonauting one night, and it led us to an alley behind an old school. I was a bit skeptical as I'd never done it before, but I'm a believer and believed what she told me about her past experiences with it. We went down the alley and we both stopped at the same time, and then we asked each other if we could see that. We both said yes. We decided to walk away slowly, and after we left the street we both asked each other to describe what we saw, and it was the same. A white, orb-like energy that was morphing like liquid in the air. We also both got a horrible gut feeling when we saw that thing as well. When I was a kid, I was walking around my neighborhood with my little brother. We had gone to a nearby little rocky mountain that overlooked the bay, was more of a large rocky hill in the middle of the suburbs, and when we were coming home, I turned and looked and spotted a mountain lion that was on that rocky hill, staring right at me and licking its chops. It wasn't more than 100 meters away. I spotted it out of pure luck, because they normally are very sneaky. We noped the hell out of there. Years later, a friend of mine had a mountain lion on their property, and it killed a couple of their sheep and wouldn't leave. They had to call animal control to shoot it. They got to keep the pelt, which they draped over the main beam of their log cabin at the lake. That thing is scary. Its claws are longer than my fingers and its mouth could nearly fit around my head. Made me realize what could have happened when I was a kid. The first one was walking home from a 6/7 mile hike at 11 p.m. and my phone is on 3% battery and it's pitch black. I'm in the middle of the English countryside on a tiny little back lane all by myself, and I look up and see 6 glowing lights all forming a circle with one in the middle of it. I freak out and try and phone my friend, but my phone dies. Then, literally seconds later, a police car drives past and asks me what I'm doing out so late at night. I have never been so glad to see them, and they gave me a ride home the rest of the way. I told them about the lights and they said it's probably from Jodrell Bank, the third largest observatory telescope in the world, just a few miles away, but I googled the lights and the telescope and there's no report of it at all. Still to this day I've no idea what I saw. The second was during a drug-induced psychotic break, and I'm hanging around outside my backyard and I saw a 6 feet tall black shadow figure in the shape of a man with bright red glowing eyes. I was effing terrified. I had a few very creepy hallucinations whilst I was unwell tbh, but that was the worst. I used to love ghost hunting and I went to a supposedly haunted cabin near my town with 2 friends. At the time, it was me, 17 meters, a girl, 17F, and my other friend, 16 meters. To get to the cabin, you had to go through a fence that had a sort of S-curve to get through, where the one side of the fence V'd and the other ended in the middle of the V, so that you had to kind of win through the fence. Anyway, we went through and got to the cabin. I was looking around and didn't see or feel anything. I went outside to the field and was scoping around when I heard a death-curdling scream from my female friend. I ran back in to see both of my friends in the kitchen with all of the cabinets open. They had previously been closed. She was crying and my other friend was trying to comfort her. I tried to ask what happened, but she wouldn't say anything except that she wanted to leave. We made our way back to the car, and when we got to the fence where we had to wind our way through, there was a flower dug out of fresh dirt, just sitting on one of the posts. To this day, my friend won't tell me what happened or what she saw, but it was definitely creepy even not knowing. I used to work night audit shift at a hotel in Branson, Missouri. I was the only person working between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. The hotel was old and square in shape, with a courtyard in the center. It was 3 stories tall, and we closed the 3rd floor during the winter. Generally, it's a creepy building. Most nights all would be quiet after about midnight. One night around 3 a.m., I get a call from a guest on the 2nd floor. The guest says she hears a woman screaming below her room. I asked what kind of screaming, and she replied that it was like she was being murdered. I went to check it out. My desk was in the opposite corner of the building from the noise complaint. So, I start walking around the corner to the correct corridor. As soon as I turn the corner, an elderly woman, pale as snow, wearing a white nightgown, is running directly at me. She's screaming that he's going to kill me. Help! I take her to the desk to get 911 on the phone. A 40-something-year-old man approaches as she cowered behind me. He explains that she is his mother and she has Alzheimer's. He offers proof to me and the paramedics/police whom I had called. It was my first run-in with Alzheimer's, and it's something I fear more than death. My, now former, neighbor had a man living in her house for a few months without realizing it. She had a relatively big house and oftentimes I'd see a man walking around on her property and inside her house, but was kind of creepy about it. At the time it didn't make sense. I remember often catching him staring down at me from the top floor of her house as I'd pull into my driveway. He would always peek half of his face out from the window, or hide behind a bookcase or big furniture and stare at whomever was outside from the inside of the house but at a distance. I thought, weird of course, but I just assumed she had either family over or started dating some really awkward guy. One day when my neighbor and I were both outside at the same time and we struck up a conversation about her job and the usual day-to-day stuff. She is RN and she was telling me she'd been working back-to-back 12 hours plus shifts in the ER and absolutely exhausted, and I mentioned something along the lines of, I'm sure you come home to a nice dinner or to good company at the end of the day, that's always nice that you're not alone at least. She gave me an odd look and asked, what do you mean? I live alone. And I felt my face turn white. Both of our eyes got huge in horror as we stared at each other in horrible silence for a moment. I proceeded to describe the man that I and my family saw out and roaming on a constant occasion while she was away at work. Turns out, that man was her crazy ex she had moved away from, and he somehow got her new address and decided he'd live there in secret while she worked long hours, and only came home to cook, eat, and sleep for short periods of time. I brought her inside my house as she was completely freaking the fuck out, rightfully so, and called the cops. When the cops came, they went into her house and thoroughly searched for him. They eventually found him in the attic where he had set up camp. He took some extra blankets and made a nest to sleep in, had his own personal bathroom kit to bring downstairs and use when she was gone, food wrappers and a lot of 2-liter bottles and gallon milk cartons filled with pee and some of her personal sentimental things she thought she lost in moving. He also stole a small couch pillow that supposedly he was spraying with her perfume laid up in his little nest made of stolen blankets and linens. He was arrested and charged with trespassing, entering, breaking a restraining order and a few other serious charges. It was in the local papers and even on the local news. A few months later she decided she'd better move back to her home state in hopes to get away from this absolute creep and leave it all behind and be closer to family, which I don't blame her one bit. A month ago we were opening our cabin for spring, which is in the middle of nowhere, British Columbia, and my wife took the dog out to go pee before bed. I was laying in bed nodding off when I heard her scream at the very top of her lungs. As any good husband knows, when you hear that particular shriek it's fight or flight mode. I grabbed a rifle and went flying down the stairs naked as the day I was born. As I hit the main floor she came sprinting inside saying that there was a man who walked out of the brush, stood in shadows in the yard and started laughing at her. This was midnight, in the middle of the woods. I ran through the front door, rifle in hand ready to defend myself and my family. As soon as rounded the corner I heard someone breaking through the brush on the property still laughing as they ran towards the nearest road. It freaked me right out. I lived on Shoal Creek in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee growing up. When I was around 5 or 6 years old, I walked down to the creek to explore. This was really breaking the rules because there were water moccasins in the creek. We were punished if we went down to the creek without an adult. When I got down to the water's edge, I heard a man crying out for help. I looked about 20 feet down and saw a grown man lashed, spread-eagled to 4 stakes in the ground. He had what looked like honey or syrup poured across his face. There were ants and other insects crawling all over him. He begged me to help, but the ropes were too tight for me to untie. This is where my memory fails me. I don't remember if I ran home to tell my mother, and risked punishment for going to the creek, or if I kept quiet to save myself. It's been over 50 years and it still causes me grief and guilt. So I was on guard duty. Isolated location, any real backup half an hour away. Dark, windy and raining a lot. It was in fact not calm before the storm, it was a bit stormy before the storm. This was around 3 a.m. So there I was, walking my rounds armed with a huge ass flashlight straight out of a 80s or 90s movie, and an ice phone. The flashlight illuminated up to a meter, 3 or 4 feet in freedom units, I think. Half of the area I was guarding didn't have any lights and it was pure darkness outside the fence. I was basically standing there, alone in the open, in a poorly lit fish bowl. I had done my due diligence before the round and watched the feed from surveillance cameras, but the rain meant that visibility was next to nothing anyway. It wasn't a high-risk place, but due to tens of millions worth of equipment, maybe 100 million, plus weapons, there was always a risk of someone trying to get in. It didn't help that I knew how easy it was at the time to break in. After all, fences are primarily there to keep law-abiding citizens away. I was at the end of my round, the rain had let up a bit. I got through the dark part without incident, and was the poorly lit area. I was heading back to the warmth of my guard cabin. Then I got this feeling that I should look towards the middle of this compound that was quite an open area. I don't remember hearing a sound, it was just a feeling. I turned my head left, nothing there. But in the corner of my eye, I saw a man-sized figure taking off. It's funny how so many thoughts one can go through when the adrenaline kicks in. I'd like to think I put my chest out, back straight and chin up. But I probably gave a hunchback a run for their money while trying to shuffle the flashlight in the direction of whatever was running. It wasn't a man, it wasn't a ghost, it wasn't a Wendigo, Indigo or Ninjago, it was a deer. This goddamn Bambi crept up next to me without a sound. It was the second time a deer got my heart pounding while on guard duty, dickhead animals. One time in college, I was waiting in a hallway for class to start. I got there like 25 minutes early, and nobody was around. This other student showed up. He was well liked, very nice, popular, smart, and normally seemed to be a very genuine guy. Now, a little context. I was in good shape, more athletic than the average guy, and pretty strong due to my love of weightlifting. I was about 6 and weighed roughly 210 pounds. This other student was about 6 feet 1 inch or so, and maybe 170 pounds soaking wet. I had never been intimidated by this guy or thought I could have been intimidated by him in my life. He sits down next to me, and we exchange hellos. Everything is fine. I'm reading a book. After about 5 or 10 minutes, out of nowhere, he looks at me and says, "You know, they talk about serial killers having cool down periods, where they can go years without even having the urge to kill, and then all of a sudden something triggers it, and they have to kill again. My question is, what if someone's entire life was a cool down period, and they just don't know they are a serial killer yet?" I just nodded and said, "Wow, that's crazy to think about." I got to make a phone call, and I went outside until right before class. That was almost 10 years ago, and to this day I think about that sometimes. He has very lofty career goals, and judging by his LinkedIn and social media, he is pursuing them successfully. It just makes me wonder if something may ever come out about him. So a while ago, I was living alone in an apartment. One late night, I was really high, and I had all the lights off in the place because I was headed to bed. For some reason, on my way to my room, I stopped in front of the bathroom and looked in at the dim silhouette of my reflection in the bathroom mirror. I just stayed there for a good 10 seconds, staring at this vague, dark reflection of myself, and was so still the reflection wasn't moving at all. I start to think that the reflection is going to move on its own and get creeped out by the idea, but after a few more seconds, I laugh the idea off and finally move my arm, and I swear the reflection in the mirror didn't move an inch. I practically ran the rest of the way to my room and leapt under the covers lol. Now I was really high, but I saw what I saw, and it still creeps me out to think about. My wife and I were living in San Antonio in a top floor apartment, and we shared that floor with one neighbor. He was single and living alone, had always been nice to us, even helped us move in. We'd share food with him sometimes, he'd share it with us too. When we broke out the grill, he'd join us and we had a good time. He was doing his residency at a local hospital and seemed to love his work. He talked about his family sometimes. From what I gathered, they lived in Mumbai and they had a lot riding on him succeeding in the US. He talked a lot about wanting to go home and see his parents and sisters, and that he had a trip home planned in the near future. I was sitting on the porch a week afterward, and here and there the breeze shifted and my skin would just fucking crawl like I was about to be sick. That went on for a few days, and I noticed my cat seemed weirded out by something. We just had somebody move in downstairs and I thought maybe they were just making noise and dismissed it, NBD. It was summer, and in South Texas it gets really hot. Like disgustingly hot. I was on my way home from work and got to the top of the stairs and the faintest little whiff of something hits me, and it's too subdued to be identifiable, but something about it just lit me the fuck up in that hindbrain kind of way, and I figured it might be a gas leak, so I went to knock on the neighbor's door to warn him about it. He didn't answer, and the smell was stronger near his door and I panicked. I grabbed his key off the top of the frame and unlocked it and yelled for him through the open door, and it's hot and dark and it reeks and there's movement in the air and it takes me a minute to figure out what the fuck is going on. The air is full of flies. Big black flies. The kind I only ever remembered seeing on roadkill. I am not a smart woman. I'm really not. If I were smart, I wouldn't have turned on the light and found him sitting on the couch facing me, looking at me, discolored and purple and black and spilling and covered in flies. He'd been sitting there dead in the dark, his eyes fixed on the door, at me, the whole fucking time. It's real sad, because he was a great guy, but every time I think of him I remember his dull, dead eyes staring at me in the dark. That still trumps every other creepy thing I've ever seen. While working law enforcement in a medium-sized suburb, I got a call about a 15-year-old boy who had been acting strange and had run away from his house. I responded to the area to look for him. It was February and between 10 and 15 degrees out in the middle of the night. I turned a corner down a residential street and saw him kneeling on all fours in the middle of the street. He was only wearing boxer shorts and was facing away from me. As I got closer and he became aware of me, he sat up and slowly turned toward me. He was still on his knees as he faced me, and I saw this mouth was covered in blood dripping down to his upper chest. He slowly stood up and began walking toward me. He looked like a real-life zombie. I continued to back up until a second officer could arrive and were able to safely restrain him until EMS got there. He was non-verbal and seemed to have taken some sort of street drug that obviously had an adverse reaction with him. Once he was taken from the scene, I looked over and realized he had been eating the back end out of a dead raccoon in the road. I checked in with the family the next day and he was much better. Seemed like a normal kid. He had no memory of what happened the night before, but made the comment about having some sort of foul-tasting substance caught between his teeth when he woke up that morning. I did not tell him and his family about the raccoon. In 2005 I was staying on the second floor, more like a small loft, in a small cabin in the woods in NC with my wife, newly married for around 3 or 4 months. The cabin was a new structure. A brother of mine built it, and I even assisted him with building it from time to time. Anyway, very late at night around 2 a.m. I woke up to what should have been a dark, pitch-black cabin, but instead the inside was as bright as if multiple cars on multiple sides of the cabin were shining their lights into the place. Keep in mind that one side of the cabin overlooks a steep hill leading down to a river, and our car was parked about 100 yards away. After summoning up the courage, I tried to peek out the window on one side to see where it was coming from, but couldn't find anything. Being freaked out more, my brain convinced me that maybe it was hunters passing through the middle of nowhere very late at night, but the light never flickered like a flashlight would, nor did I hear any leaves rustling below. Eventually, I went back to sleep, with the light having not moved, or been turned off, etc. I told my wife the next day, and she says she slept safe and sound. For our 1-year anniversary, my wife and I went back to this cabin, briefly, only to hear feet shuffling from the loft area the moment we opened the door to the place. My wife heard it the same time I did, and we exchanged silent looks. After a few seconds of hearing feet shuffle, I called out, "Hello? Anyone here?" To which the shuffling stopped when it heard my voice. My wife and I glanced over at each other again, and after a few seconds the feet shuffling sound commenced again. I walked into the cabin, with my flashlight. My wife stayed at the doorway with her flashlight shined straight on me, and I climbed up the ladder to peek my head in the loft area. Nothing was there. No persons, no animals, no bugs, nothing. Totally clear. Climbed back down, got back to door, then the feet shuffling sound again. My wife says, "What the hell?" We fast walked back to the car, freaked out, and drove away. I told my brother's close friend about these stories, and he told me a similar story of waking up at night, with lights coming from outside also, and feet shuffling around the perimeter of the small cabin at night, all at the same time. Needless to say, my wife and I have not been back to try to sleep in the cabin since. We tried to just hang out at dusk there one time on the property a few years later with a couple of our kids, but a pack of wolves were howling in multiple positions just out of sight at point-blank range from the small campfire we made. Note that I do not believe in ghosts, but there is something to that place that freaks me out. When I was around 15 years old, I was in Walmart walking around by myself. My mom and I used to split up to look at different stuff, then meet up after 30 minutes, and was approached by a man in his 40s, 50s. He was asking me invasive questions, my age, what school I went to, my name, etc. I got out of the conversation because my alarm bells were ringing and continued walking around. I noticed him following me and staring at me, so I went to the bathroom for a few minutes to hide from him. When I came out, he and a woman he was with were standing across from the bathroom pretending to look at workout equipment. When he noticed that I had left the bathroom, he turned around, stared at me, turned to the woman and said, very clearly, "I want that one." My heart dropped into my stomach and I quickly walked away to find my mom. He continued to follow me even after I found her, so I told my mom I'd wait outside for her while she checked out. I left the Walmart and called my then boyfriend, Explained what was happening and asked him to stay on the phone with me until my mom came out. The guy didn't follow me outside. I don't think he saw me leave, but I basically hid behind a wall talking to my boyfriend until my mom appeared and I left with her. I never told her what happened, but I'm still horrified at what could have happened if he'd gotten a hold of me. I have commented about this before, but I like to share the story to see if there are anyone else who has had a similar experience. A few years ago I started seeing things. Specifically a really tall, lanky dark figure with a bowler hat. It was as if someone had put up a cardboard cutout of Slender Man, slapped a bowler hat on top and painted the entire thing with the darkest paint known to man. This figure always appeared in the mirror behind me when I was brushing my teeth for the night. Nowhere else. I talked about this to my doctor, who didn't quite understand but said that depression could lead to hallucinations. He gave me some antidepressants, which helped. The figure was never to be seen again. What's creepy is that this is a widespread phenomenon and has been happening to people for decades. If you Google Hat Man, you'll see what I'm talking about. At the grocery store with my stepdaughter and my wife. Got an odd feeling, and I've always said follow your instinct because it keeps the smallest and dumbest of animals alive. Sure enough, I noticed this older guy, heavy set with a really matted beard, and I realize he's been in every aisle we've been in but hasn't picked anything up. I wait until we get the next aisle and realize he's really eyeing my 7-year-old stepdaughter down. I immediately confront him and ask WTF his problem is. He kind of brushed me off and walks away. When we get to the cashier, I tell them to call security and point the guy out. Guy proceeds to rush out of the store, hop in this busted ass van and peel out of the parking lot. I'm convinced he's either kidnapped a child before or was seriously considering it that day. Still gives me chills and is a big reason why I decided to start carrying a gun. Make sure you talk to your kids often about being aware of their surroundings and, in an age-appropriate way, explain to them the dangers of society. People are fucking sick. The creepy guy who tried to lure me into a white van when I was 3. I was sitting in the yard in the middle of nowhere playing with my cat. I knew better than to come out to the road he'd stopped on to try to call me over, so he got out and came up to me in the yard. My cat went into attack mode as soon as he got close to me. I got scared because of how my usually gentle cat reacted to him in stranger danger, so I ran inside to get my mom. She came out and the guy was still in the yard. He claimed he was a neighbor, apologized for scaring me, and said he just wanted to tell me what a nice cat I had. But he definitely wasn't a neighbor because it was a rural area and we'd never seen him before or ever again after. And what 30-something-year-old guy stops his van as he's driving by to tell a random little girl he likes her cat? I realized years later he'd seen a little girl sitting alone in an empty yard with no other houses close by and probably had nefarious intentions. Creepiest part is a few years before, in a neighboring rural area about 10 minutes away, a girl disappeared after getting off the school bus and never made it the 50 feet to her driveway. She was never found, and the only lead they ever had was a distinctive van with a snowy mountain mural printed on it that was parked near the bus stop. But the van was never found or seen again, and they've still never found any trace of the missing girl since she disappeared in 1985. I still remember what the guy who tried to lure me that day looked like, just in case they ever find out who took the girl in 1985, because he creeped me out so bad and I want to know if I escaped the monster who took her. The van the guy who tried to lure me was driving was all white with no mural, but everyone has always assumed, since the detail about the van's mural was plastered everywhere and mailed out to every home on flyers, that the van was probably quickly painted over so it could end up being the same guy given the proximity. At age 10 I was in the Boy Scouts with my best friends. It was a great way to spend time together and learn how to navigate nature. Late one October evening we all played a game in the woods. Our scout leaders would patrol a large area in the woods carrying flashlights, 3 stations of candy placed around the area. The objective was to sneak to the candy stations without being detected. My friend and I decided to play the long game, and go for the furthest candy station, located deepest in the woods. We sneaked through the dense forest, carefully placing our steps and pacing our advance. Out of the corner of my eye, about 10 or so meters from us, I spot a glow in the dark. We both turned to face the light, thinking it was a flashlight at distance. However, we see a silhouette of a man sitting, with his back against the tree smoking a cigarette. He clearly sees us, and we completely freeze. We could not make out his features, and he stayed motionless, until he goes for another draw of his cigarette. We ran back to the meeting point, told our scout leaders, who quickly called off the game, counting that all scouts were safe. Needless to say, we did not return to those woods since. Not purely creepy, but definitely a supernatural experience I've had. I happened to be the first to drive by the scene of a one-car accident. A 20-year-old was driving about 100 miles per hour at night, lost control, and flipped upside down off the road down about 10 feet. The truck was obliterated. I called 911 and ran up to help, ended up crawling through the passenger side window. I couldn't get to him or figure a way to work him out of the truck. The boy looked dead, he was pretty mangled, but I was able to grab his hand, and when I asked if he could hear me, he squeezed my hand. I could hear his breathing, and it sounded like gargling water. Told him help was coming, I wasn't leaving, and I started praying. Only thing I could think to do. While I prayed, I said something to the effect of, "Lord, take him in your arms and be with him," and right when I said that I heard a sigh, and his body went completely slack. Tried talking to him but he was gone. A feeling of complete peace kinda came over me, and I just had a feeling I could leave, like my job was over. It was a whole feeling, it filled the crushed cab of the truck, just calmness and peace. It was a very strange feeling, going from really freaking out over the scene to being very still, but not in a bad way. Crawled out of the truck, stood up, and saw an ambulance appear around the curve. I told them I thought he had died. Obviously they started working to free him regardless. I kinda just sat on the grass a little ways away, talked to some cops that interviewed me, and I was still there when his family arrived. One of the police officers knew who the boy was, and called them. That was terrible to watch, but his parents were very thankful when I was able to tell them their son didn't die alone. So I was happy I got to do that. Of course, I don't really know what I felt, but I'm fairly confident I felt his soul leave his body, and whether it was his soul, an angel, God, whoever, there was a supernatural peace after he died. I freak out in general, or at least let my adrenaline get the best of me. It was very unlike me to be as at peace as I was, even after I got home that night. This was 4 years ago last month. I was in a shop when I was about 13 once after school. I'm from England, so I was in a shirt and it had been raining, so it was see-through. Some guy, I'd say about 50, was just being an absolute pedo and telling me I looked great and asking if I wanted to go to his and have tea. He must have thought I was stupid or something. Some man about 30 noticed I looked uncomfortable and came up to me and said, "Hey Jess, not my name, I've been looking for you everywhere. You said you were looking at Lego. Come with me." I gave him the thank you look, and once we were out of earshot he asked if I had a parent nearby and I said no, so he asked if I knew their numbers so they could come get me and he'd wait with me. He must have been careful to not come across as creepy too. He was probably a dad, and the sad fact is I only lived a block away, so if he were a woman, he'd probably have offered to take me home. My parents thanked him anyway and I said goodbye. I never saw him again and I hope he knows I'm grateful, even to this day. I remember we had a dinner at my home that night and all of my family were there in our village. So my father asked me to run the generator where it was located in the valley 70 meters away from our house. It was around 8 p.m. I went alone there, and when I finished the task and about to walk back home, I saw my uncle and he was, "You done?" I was like, "How did you get here fast? Anyway, let's go home." I was leading the way and we were talking. I didn't give that much attention to him and we stopped talking. So I was ahead and not that far from him. When I arrived home and looked back, he wasn't there. I was like, maybe he went to his home or lit a cigarette. I got inside home where the family was gathering and I was like, "Wait a second, is that you, Uncle Ali? Weren't you supposed to be outside?" And I was questioning myself. The rest noticed that and my brother said, "Yeah, don't worry, he followed you," with a smile. I bought it. Next day, my cousins told me that my brother was lying to you and he didn't want you to be scared. So I went to my father and brother, told them the story, and they were like, "It was a jinn, ghost, but we didn't say so." My father said, "'Cause you know what all about that valley and the ghosts whom are living there, and that one who accompanied you was protecting you." I assumed, got goosebumps, lol. But I was relieved. There you go, one of the scariest stories I had. Thank you for your time. My grandparents used to own a vacation home/cabin in Highlands, North Carolina. It was kind of an Airbnb before it was a thing. The place was incredibly old, built in late 1800s. They'd found newspapers stuck in the wall during one renovation from circa 1900. The place always creeped me out, and it didn't help that my grandmother used to troll the hell out of us with ghost stories about the place. The first story was second-hand, told by my grandfather. He wasn't the type to embellish or tell tall tales like my grandmother. He had a partner that owned half the house. He was a pilot that flew for Delta and a wife that was also employed as a stewardess for the same carrier. They were unable to have children, so they adopted a little girl. I remember her well, playing with her in the summers when I'd go up with my grandpa. They were always pretty good people, seemed down to earth. Anyway, my grandfather claims that one night they'd put her to bed and about 30 minutes later she started screaming bloody murder. He said the screams changed pitch and tone and sounded evil. He said the parents ran to the room and started praying over her with a Bible. He said he walked to the edge of the door and saw her face changing shape and colors as she screamed in what he claimed were demonic sounding tones. Again, he wasn't the type to tell tall tales, but he swears she'd been possessed that evening and that after about an hour of the parents praying, She returned to her normal self. Stranger yet was the fact that the girl has always hated this house, never wanted to be there. But after this event she always wanted to go back. My own direct experience with this place was one summer while around 10 to 12 years old, I went into the unfinished basement to explore. Off to my right, what a framed/finished bathroom. There were no lights on in the basement, just what was coming through the windows at about ground level. I distinctly remember the light seeming different in the bathroom versus the rest of the basement, but there was no light source other than the sunlight. I felt curiously compelled to go look into the toilet. As I peeked in, I swear the water turned red and started bubbling. It scared the shit out of me and I ran the hell out and never went back down. I too always had a weird feeling of being watched when I was down there. When I was about 6 years old, I was playing in the front yard. A man in a van pulled up to the fence and called me over. I walked a bit closer, still out of reach, and he asked me if I'd seen his lost puppy. He didn't give details about it, just puppy. I said no, and he asked if he could show me a picture of it. I started to walk closer when my mom let out a blood-curdling screech of my name from the kitchen window. I ran back to the house, honestly more scared of my mom's reaction than the man. I still wonder what would have happened to me if she hadn't glanced out the window. A few months ago, my mom and I were walking back to her car after shopping. It was mid-afternoon, sun still out and everything. I noticed a guy staring at me and kept him in view as we walked. He started following us through the parking lot. We got to our car, and I stood at the door, turned around, and stared him down. He was by the boot of the car at this point. He instantly turned around and walked away. I was shaken, and very full of adrenaline for the car ride home. I moved to San Francisco in my early 20s for work. My best friend came to visit me one weekend, so I took her around town to show her the sights. I told her the way to stay safe was to stay alert and don't indicate to anyone that you're visiting/not a local. She followed the rules to a T. We decided to check out my favorite taqueria at the edge of the Tenderloin, fairly close to Civic Plaza. As we were headed back to the BART station, this large, wild-eyed man came out of one of the bars across the street and, while clearly drunk, screamed expletives in our direction. He locked onto us with black, glassy eyes and started running our way. A passerby stepped in to block us from him and we quickly darted across the street as traffic was starting to pass through. He was foaming at the mouth as he reached the edge of the street and he yelled at the top of his lungs, "Stay out of my fucking town, you Idaho whores. I will find you and kill you." I turned back to make sure he's not following us, and he's just standing there with this evil smile on his face, still locked onto us. We were incredibly stunned and didn't have any words for what just happened. Sure, it was scary that this completely strange man just threatened our lives, but the freakiest part was something else. My friend and I met in college in Pennsylvania, but we became friends because we bonded over the fact that we were both born in Idaho. Creeps me out to this day. Not seen, per se, but I was working on a KC-135 while deployed. For those that aren't familiar, it's a big tanker, refueler, aircraft made in the late 50s and 60s. They were used extensively in Vietnam. So, it's about 11 at night, and I get dropped off solo to swap a part out. I'm doing some work way in the back, and I hear somebody climb up the crew entry ladder, open and close the floor grate, then begin walking after, towards where I'm working. I don't think much of it. It's a big base, lots of workers, lots of airplanes. I finish up my job, climb out of the boom pod, a sort of bulbous attachment that sits beneath floor level in the back of the plane, and begin walking forward. I don't see anyone up front, check the bathroom, nobody there or in the cockpit. It's hot as balls on this plane, right? Sun had set, but it was still radiating some serious heat. Maybe 95 degrees Fahrenheit up there, and I get a chill down my spine. Weird, I think to myself, but climb down and make sure I still have all my tools and whatnot, then wait for my ride. Ride shows up, and I ask them, "Hey, was anybody else supposed to be working this jet?" "No, why?" "Heard somebody come up the ladder, close the grate, then walk around, but they never climbed back down. And nobody was up there when I left." "What tail number is this?" I tell him, "Oh, yeah, this was one of the body haulers in Vietnam." "So, yeah. Pretty sure I walked through a ghost." Was a little wigged out for the next couple of weeks any time I had to work a jet solo. When I was younger, my best friend was going to celebrate his birthday at a museum about 30 minutes away in the nearest big city. So 5 of us young elementary schoolers were in a van and his mom was driving. On the way there, the main highway exit we were supposed to take was closed, so we got detoured into a very sketchy neighborhood. Like, all the windows were boarded up and there weren't any people around, and it had a very old and dirty look. We drove past this one house that was unique just because it was the only one that didn't seem to have boards on the windows, and it had a weird looking dark red door. But the creepiest thing was that someone had left a life-size doll just sitting in the window, creepily looking out on the street. Something about it was so unnerving. It gave off super creepy vibes, and even my friend's mom was visibly uncomfortable looking at it. About a decade later I remembered it and looked it up, and apparently it's a well-known house for allegedly being haunted, and they demolished it a few years ago and built a hotel there that burned down over the pandemic. Not as bad as some here, and nothing happened from it, but it was an experience in a way. Was at a gas station about 20 minutes from home after work getting gas, and while waiting this lady walks up to me. She says they are tourists visiting the location, but for some reason they can't access their money to get gas. I don't remember all the details, but I believe she claimed they were visiting someone or getting ready to leave the country soon. Probably a mix because she talked fast with an accent. Anyway, she asked me for gas money and I said okay. She then started showing me this necklace or bracelet, claiming it was worth a lot of money and she would trade me the money for the item. I refused, saying there was no need, but told her I had to use the ATM to get money. I wasn't going to trust anything with my actual card. Before I could go inside, she started asking me to follow them somewhere else. I said that wasn't needed, I would just get some money inside and give them cash. While getting the money, suddenly a big white van parked in front of my vehicle in the spot next to mine, blocking my view. Paranoia gripped me, thinking someone was going to start jacking my vehicle, and I ran out there quick. The lady was at her car watching me and waved. I just said I left my wallet in my car. The white van didn't appear to be related, but it was a crazy coincidence. Anyway, after I gave them the money, she said, "Thank you," and walked away. Before I could leave, she sped off to the gas station down the road. I know because I was a few cars behind and saw her pull in. Not that I'm dumb enough to follow her to wherever she wanted to go, but I always wonder what would have happened if I did. I assume it wouldn't have been a great situation for me. I was in high school, about 15, and I was hanging out with my best friend. We decided to go for a walk around the neighborhood, doing nothing in particular but walking and shooting the breeze about whatever was on our minds. I grew up down the street from a cemetery, and until I was nearing high school age, that place creeped me out. It didn't help that someone, and this must have taken considerable effort, attached a bull's skull to the front of an old tree, and it always seemed to stare down at everything that went past like a morbid gatekeeper. As we were walking past, we saw someone on the far side of the cemetery near the tree line of the woods walking in the same direction carrying a bag. To this day I have no idea what he was doing, and I'm glad we didn't stick around to find out. The second one, at the moment it happened, had me absolutely terrified to the point where I couldn't move. I was on a camping trip with my brother, his wife, my nephews, and one of my cousins. We had a blast as always. I brought along my boombox radio/cassette player and a few of my best tapes. My cousin brought along one of his and introduced me to Ozzy. Day turned to night, and it was finally time to go to sleep. Me, my cousin, and the older of my nephews were in one tent. My brother, his wife, and my toddler nephew in the other one close by. It was the middle of the night, near pitch black with only moonlight for anyone to see anything. My nephew heard a noise and sat upright with a "What was that?" I opened my eyes, but didn't feel like getting up and was about to just roll over and go back to sleep. Then I saw a sight that had me frozen with fear. My cousin's blanket shifted and I swear I saw him sit upright, without a head. I wanted to scream, but couldn't even move my mouth. My heart was racing in my chest, and I thought I was going to have to fight for my life against this headless thing that sat there talking to my nephew. My nephew, of course, talked right back to it. I could see his outline perfectly. He was younger than me, why wasn't he freaking out? Then I saw the outline shift again, and it flattened. My rational mind took over and told me, "Hey stupid, you were just terrified of your cousin's knee bent under the blanket. You can't see anything, remember? Now stop imagining things and go to sleep." I wanted to smack myself for being an idiot, but I went back to sleep and never told anyone. 6 months ago, my girlfriend and I decided to spend the weekend at the beach on the coast of Florida. We found a place that was right on the ocean. On one of the nights there happened to be a full moon. We were in our room in the wee hours of the morning and thought it might be romantic to go sit on the beach for a little bit and watch the night sky over the water. We step outside and proceed down a quiet path that led to the beach. It's dark, but the moon is illuminating things just enough for us to find our way. Nobody else is around and all we can hear is the ocean breeze and the waves roaring against the shore. For about 15 minutes it was romantic, but then we both were startled. I noticed a figure walking along the beach coming towards us. It felt a little strange given how late it was and we couldn't make out any details on this person. It looked a little uncanny. They did not have a light source. They were walking in the dark. It seemed like there was a towel draped or wrapped around this person/thing. We were unsure if they/it noticed us too. When it walked by, we were about 15 to 20 feet away. We still couldn't make out any details, and it still looked uncanny. This person/thing was also mumbling/whispering something strange as it walked past. They kept going until we couldn't see them anymore. I shined my light up and down the beach, and there wasn't another soul around, and this person/thing was just all by itself. It probably was Florida man, but we've been bringing this story up about once a month since it happened. Lol. I was 7 years old and woke up in the middle of the night to go pee. Must have been around 1 a.m. There's a mirror I had to cross to reach the washroom. That area had a very weird blue lighting because of the LEDs my dad had fit on the ceiling. It made the area look very creepy. I, being as sleepy as I was, crossed the room and took a very quick glance at my mirror. It took me some seconds to register what I had seen. I saw a small girl with messy hair and what looked like red blood covering half of her face from the nose to the neck. I was 7, and getting that visual in that weirdly lit horror movie lighting, I nearly pissed myself. What followed was the most glass-shattering, migraine-inducing scream one will ever hear in real life. My parents came running to the room, saw me and freaked out. So what had happened was, a rat had snuck behind my bed and somewhere around midnight had chewed on my nose. This caused my nose to bleed profusely, to the point my face was covered in my blood and was not recognizable. My dad found the rat behind my bed and drove it out of the house. My mom had to sleep with me that night, because I was crying/hyperventilating. Not fun.
Today we're doing a 1-hour video. Uncanny, creepy, terrifying moments that felt straight out of a horror movie. Like and subscribe if you enjoy the video.
I was working the late shift at this facility, and about 1 a.m. I was closing up the building for the night. The place had about 40 doors and I had to go around to make sure all of them were locked, which I did. Then I went to set the alarm system, but I had one door that was showing a fault on the system, so I walked to the far end of the building to check that door and lock it. As I pulled up on the crash bar, I saw something out of the corner of my eye in the darkness beyond the door, so I looked up and there was a man directly on the other side of the glass staring at me. Our faces were less than 2 feet apart, separated only by the glass of the door. He just stared. I turned and ran back through the building, set the alarm, ran out, jumped in my car and hauled ass out of there. No idea what he was doing there in this isolated area in the middle of the night. It was a full moon a couple months ago. I was staying with a close friend, Elle, at her dad's house, which is a tiny, but very quaint and cozy beach cottage a couple blocks from the ocean. The house is the guest house of the front property, so we were all sleeping in one large room on different beds. We had fallen asleep soundly, but suddenly I woke up in the middle of the night, and as I open my eyes I see that Elle is wide awake too. The room has 3 large skylights, so the moonlight is shining brightly onto us. It was eerily clear that night and you could see all the stars. We end up talking about all sorts of very morbid topics, mainly on disease, war, starvation, and the fragility of understanding human consciousness. You know, normal 3:33 a.m. type of conversations to have in the dark. We end up talking about how factory farmed meat that gets fed to us is so horrific, and how bad the shit that gets fed to pets must be. The conversation somehow got onto the topic of being watched through the skylights, after discussing UFOs and aliens. Right after we brought that up, Elle looks at me with absolute horror in her eyes and face, and her mouth dropped open. Scared silent, finger pointed directly up and behind me, she managed to whisper, "Look behind you." Adrenaline was pumping through me as I couldn't imagine what the fuck could be instigating that sort of reaction, especially after all the spooky stuff we had just been talking about. I managed to turn my head around and look up at the skylight, and I jumped about 3 feet in the air off the bed and screamed bloody murder. 2 yellow eyes were peering in from the skylight, and then a small dark figure they belonged to scurried away. Elle and I looked back at each other and held each other, and then we started breathing shakily and Elle started laughing. Scared shitless, I was like, WTF was that? It was a cat, Elle concluded. Regardless if it was a cat or not, it totally could have been. Cats can climb high roofs. I'll never forget the look on her face and the terror surrounding the slow turnaround to see eyes staring at us in the above window in the moonlight. Cat or not, creepy as fuck. I was using the bathroom at a mall a couple years ago during Halloween. It was about closing time and I was in a stall when I heard the door open and a guy came in walking really slow. He kept walking until he was literally outside of my stall. He had on huge red shoes. I was pretty confused at this point, so I said, "Hey, someone's in here." He didn't say anything, so I finished and then went to open the stall door. He was dressed as a creepy clown with makeup and everything. He didn't say anything, just stared at me, I thought he was a bit slow or that he was just trying to be creepy, so I just walked by him and washed my hands, then left. A couple days later I was watching the news and saw that a guy was arrested for dressing up as a clown and stabbing PPL at the parking lot of the same mall. I was absolutely taken aback. Yes, it really happened. Yes, I was very young, and yes, the proof was seen by my parents. Here is the story. It was storming one night, thunder, lightning and rain. Nasty. Storms that bad scared me so bad back then that I would either go sleep with my parents or pull the comforter down to the floor, throw a pillow under the bed and sleep there. This time I was going to sleep under the bed. I went to my parents' room, but they said I was getting a little too big for that. I don't know about that. In retrospect, I just think they wanted to have sex, but what do I know? All I know is I was petrified. I went back to my room hoping to get some sleep. I closed my door and, as cliche as it sounds, as soon as that happened, there was a flash of lightning and, at the same time, a face appeared at my window. My effing bedroom window, where I had to sleep. Man, I never got under my bed so fast in my life. I left my lights on that night, as if I had to say it. The next morning I told my parents what happened. They said that it must have been very frightening for me, but they will prove no one was outside my window last night. We went outside and not only were there footprints underneath my window, but they walked for a few steps and started running towards the woods where they obviously stopped. Creepy. Very creepy. I used to work the overnight shift in a radio station. We were in a smallish building in the middle of a paddock. Middle of the night, a kangaroo jumped through the glass window in the sales/commercial library office and went on a rampage through the office. But I didn't know any of that at the time. I just know I was sitting there with my feet up on the desk doing my homework, with my dog asleep beside me, when there was this massive crash, the sound of equipment being smashed, followed by heavy thudding down the corridor, and a deep grunting/growling. And my dog went mental and took off chasing something. When I went out of the studio to have a look, there was a trail of blood up the corridor. And outside I could hear gunfire. It took me more time than it should have to think kangaroo escaping roo shooters and not zombie apocalypse. From the UK here, but basically I live out in the countryside and was coming back from a long walk out in the fields. It was pretty much pitch black, but I was only about 2 minutes walk away from my car. I was in sort of long grass when all of a sudden I heard something, sounded the size of a dog, come running straight at me through the grass. You could really hear the thuds of its footsteps. So I froze and screamed towards its direction and the footsteps stopped. They then started to slowly circle me in this field, like whatever it was stalking me. It went around the back of me and so I sprinted as fast I could and got back to the car. Feeling safe, I caught my breath, locked the door and turned the ignition on. The headlights came on and were perfectly lighting up the corpse of a rabbit with no head laid directly in front of the car. I got out of there as quick as possible. Was more than likely just a badger, but my God, it felt like a horror movie. It was about 43 years ago when my mother had decided she was through with the man, my little sister's father, that we were living with. So we loaded into the car and made our way from a tiny little backwoods Montana town to a tiny little backwoods Oregon coast town. For a while, we stayed with my mother's friend and her family. But after a few weeks, Mom had found us a place to stay that would be our own. At least for a while. This was the summer before my becoming a third grader. Right around 1980. Our new home was an old travel trailer. You know, the kind that you would tow behind a pickup truck to go camping in the woods. The sofa/dining area became Mom's bed, and there was a small set of bunk beds for my sister and I. It really wasn't much, but we made it our home. Chris was the property owner, and the trailer was parked on his property, about 30 yards from the house. There were a few old junker vehicles around. He had a couple of mean-ass dogs, and one of them eventually ripped an eyeball out of my sister's new puppy because the pup had approached the food dish. There were train tracks right behind the trailer. Hell, I mean right behind. Maybe 15 to 20 yards away. And trains ran those tracks multiple times per day. And night. Not ideal by any means. I'm going to pause here to provide you with some interesting information that I had later discovered. Keep in mind that I did not know any of this at the time. 1. Just prior to our moving in, Chris's father had blown his brains out in our happy little home. If the interior had been painted, instead of that nasty ass wood paneling, then the new paint would have barely been dried when we moved in. 2. Just about 100 yards into the woods north of us was an old cemetery. I've been there as an adult, and it's horrific. Old rusted out shells of long dead cars have been abandoned in the midst of old forgotten plots. Some of which have headstones so worn as to be unreadable. Some random assholes had decided this was a great place to toss their trash. So things like old mattresses and dryers were left among the dead as well. Simply disgusting. However, the reason I had visited this cemetery was because I had heard that certain rituals had once occurred there. I was looking to see if I could find any evidence of this. 3. As an adult, I learned that my little sister heard the same noises that I did at night. Returning to 1980. After going to bed each night, just as I was drifting in that place between consciousness and the realm of sleep, I would hear this startling sound. It was the chuffing cough of a large dog snapping its fangs together in the air mere inches from my ear. I slept in the top bunk, and the sound always came from the wall side. When I think about it to this day, I can still remember that sound. Mom brushed it off as nightmares, and would just send me back to bed each night. I don't think she ever really believed me. So I just stopped going to her about it, and would lay there, afraid to fall asleep, but eventually doing so. Only to be awakened by the snap yet again. I wonder if I had just become used to it, because the impression of this just sort of fades away into memory. However, this wasn't the only sleep-related oddity floating around back then. According to Mom, I had suddenly become quite the sleepwalker. I would randomly get out of bed, grab some toys, and start playing with them. Or I would just walk over to Mom and engage in conversation with her, but starting in the middle of it, as if I were already in discussion with someone else. She later told me that this had freaked her the hell out. Well, one late night, I just got out of bed and went to the front, and only, door, grabbed the knob, and was getting ready to head outside. Mom, being still awake and right there by the door, asked me just what did I think I was doing. I told her that I needed to go to Tommy's house to play. Being fairly used to this by now, my mother simply tried to redirect me back to bed. At this point, I dodged her attempt, scrambled onto her bed, said, "But look, Mom," and opened the curtains. Tommy was my friend that lived across the street. Tommy's house was fully engulfed in flames. Fortunately, nobody was home that night, as their family was out of town. The house was burned to the ground before the fire department ever arrived. What made me want to go to Tommy's house? What made those horrible dog noises in my ear? Yes, my sister and I had each received a new pup. But they were smaller dogs, not capable of the nightly climb up to the top bunk to snap in my ear, then disappear. Also, after living with us for a few short months, both dogs failed to come when called to breakfast one morning. It was summer, and the trailer was small, so the dogs slept outside. They were pups, but about a year old from what I remember. And the yard was fenced along the street. After a short search, I found the dogs in the road. They were both dead, apparently having been run over by a drunk or malicious driver. One in each lane. Used to live next to the biggest and oldest cemetery in a very big city. I remember going back home one late evening, alone and by foot. The street was completely empty and dead silent, probably due to the very thick fog blanketing everything. I couldn't see anything past a couple of feet. I heard a very distinctive cry and slowed down, only to see a crow land right next to me. It kept silent and walked by my side for a while, until I took the turn to my apartment and it disappeared into the fog, straight ahead and into the direction of the cemetery. I wouldn't call this moment creepy or uncanny, exactly, but I definitely felt like I'd been walking into a cliché movie scene at that moment. My dad used to work on oil rigs in the Gulf of Mexico. One day, his harness failed him and he fell into the water. It was a miracle he was saved based on the choppy water and the fact that they used to dump their leftover food into the water. This made sharks an issue. Fast forward to 30 years later when our family went to Puerto Rico. On our first day at the beach, my dad and I got caught in a riptide. We had boogie boards, so when I went under, it wrapped around my neck. My dad was able to make it out and watched in horror as I was beaten by the waves and current. Clearly I made it out, but it reminded me of the movie Final Destination. Death skipped my dad and landed on me, almost. Death by water nonetheless. It was the scariest moment of my life and my wife didn't even know since she was on shore. Imagine dying on the first day of vacation. Lol. Couple of years ago a buddy of mine put 2 spare tires on the front of his car to drive around and do burnouts. This was late at night. Our other friend was in his car and I was following in my car with my brother in the passenger seat. Drove down to a local beach because my friend thought they had a concrete pad at the end of the beach road he could do burnouts on. On the way down we drove past a guy in an SUV parked at the beach taking some stuff out of his car. He had a stool and some other random stuff. He watched as we drove by but we didn't think much of it. Got to the end of the beach and there was no concrete pad, so turned around and drove back out. As we drove by the SUV guy with the stool, he was just standing there staring as we drove by, and there was something on the stool this time. He turned the object on the stool around to face us and it was a doll in an all-black dress with a black veil and white face, about 3 feet tall. Basically looked like the nun from the Conjuring movies but a bit different. My brother and I just started screaming and I started flooring it. My friend was still in front of us in his car, so I was beeping and waving to get him to go. The two of them in the other car saw the guy on the way in but weren't looking on the way out, so they had no idea why we were freaking out. Lol. Eventually got out of the beach road and just drove home. Still don't know what the hell the guy with the doll was doing. He had what looked like an easel for painting and the sky was clear that night, so only thing I could think of is he was trying to make a creeping painting. Must have saw us and thought it would be funny to scare us or something. Haven't gone back to that beach since. Lol. Myself and some friends witnessed weird stuff before on another road a couple kilometers from where this beach was, so might just be some weirdos living down there. Ha. In high school, my boyfriend at the time and I would drive random back roads after school to explore/walk the rural desert of Arizona. Small boring town, nothing to do and nothing ever out of the ordinary to report on besides the random drug cases, so we don't scare very easily. These trips would easily last for hours and go well into the night. You'd almost never encounter other people besides the random camper or local Forest Service driving the other way. One late night we're driving back to town out of a dirt road. I had a shifty car with a broken radio, so I'm rolling about 5 miles per hour to avoid potholes and rocks, and all you can really hear is the gravel crunching under the tires. Our conversation goes silent when I think we both feel the weird chill of something's off settle in the air. It's pitch black besides the weak headlights lighting the dirt road, when we see one round headlight on side of the road off in the distance. It's so bright I think it might be a motorcycle, but I remember it hovering in the space unmoving while I have to slowly approach. We're both focused in on this light when I start to make out the figure of a tall man. Maybe a late night hiker? I thought, but his lamp was mounted on what looked like an old-fashioned miner helmet, and he wasn't moving, just facing my approaching car. I gently start moving as far to the left side of the road to get some distance when I know I'll have to pass him. I make out some more features and he's dressed top to bottom in old-fashioned mining gear, what looked like a tattered long-sleeve work shirt, some heavy work overalls, really tall waders, and he's holding a crowbar. My only logical explanation is maybe homeless, as I also notice a large old backpack on his back. But I don't even have time to think logically when, as we start to pass, my headlights lit up his skin, patches of black on his arms, and it appears to be steaming, still unmoving when he turns his headlamp to watch us. We can't help but stare out of the passenger side window hoping to make out his face, when he starts moving towards us, long deliberate strides, crowbar slowly being raised. I gas it, letting my bumper hit every rock while my BF turns to watch behind us, the bright headlamp fading, but never moving in the distance. To this day I don't really believe in the paranormal, but we lived next to a historic mining area and our only explanation is a long dead miner came back as a ghost to wander the abandoned area when he saw a car for the first time and tried to attack it. Lol. I remember being 7 years old. Me and my sister would go up this steep road with our skateboards, sit down on them and ride down on the path. One day we went down the path and at the bottom of the road it has a huge turn. So as we were going down, a bus was next to us and we couldn't turn, and as soon as the bus turned, we nearly went straight into it and the bus slammed on the brakes. Someone on that bus knew my dad, so they called him and told him what happened. When me and my sister got home, my dad told us that we have killed 2 people on the bus because of what we did. We felt ashamed, heartbroken knowing we killed people, until we turned 18 and my dad said, "You didn't really kill anyone. I have never felt so much anger in my life. I was made to believe that I killed innocent people for most of my teenage life." A man stopped me in a grocery store parking lot and asked for a ride. He said he didn't have a car. I told him I don't give rides, especially that late at night. He wouldn't drop it. He asked me if I had any gas money and I told him I had no cash on me. He told me he needed to go home, which is by X Dairy Factory. He started rambling and I was afraid if I unlocked my car, he'd jump in. After a few minutes and a few more times of saying no quite firmly, he told me he could give me gas money if I took it. I told him, "I don't know you. I'm not trying to be ugly, but it's late. I'm a woman. I don't know you." He finally walked away, but as he literally said, "It's not like I was trying to rape you." Which really shook me up. Got in my car and quickly locked the doors. Went over the conversation again. If he had gas money, why did he want gas money? If he didn't have a car, why would he need gas money to begin with? And also, that dairy factory closed down almost 10 years prior. It's in a crowded area, yeah. But it's mostly warehouses, farmland, and other factories. It's an area that doesn't have houses on the edge of town. I feel like I really dodged a bullet that night. Especially after the last thing he said to me before finally leaving me alone. 2 things, and they both happened within a few days of each other. Never had any creepy experiences in my life before or after. June 2019 I went to New York, then on to St. Lucia for my 30th birthday celebration. We hadn't actually planned to go to St. Lucia but didn't like New York, so thought we would go on somewhere with a reasonable flight time and ticket price. The night before we were due to get an early flight from JFK to St. Lucia, my husband and I checked into a budget travel lodge style hotel that offered a shuttle service to JFK Airport. When I walked into our room, I got the strangest feeling about the hotel. Something felt off. With not much to do and an early start, I more or less brushed my teeth for bed soon after arriving. I noticed my new glasses I had bought earlier that day were missing from my bedside table, and my husband had bought a few white t-shirts from H&M that day which also went missing. We were utterly perplexed but eventually had to stop looking and get to bed. Some hours later at about 3 a.m., I was lying on my side and what felt like someone's finger moved down my spine, making me jump. I felt such a sinister feeling in that room, as if there was a dark cloud around me. I turned to see if it was my husband, but he was also on his side with his back to me, fast asleep. I was so on edge and lay there for about 10 minutes too scared to move. Then my husband said out of nowhere, "In the pitch black room, are you okay?" I was surprised he even knew I was awake and asked why he had asked, and he said he just had such a strange dream that I was running terrified and an old woman was trying to grab me with her hands as I ran by. The following day we arrived in St. Lucia and all was fine in our hilltop Airbnb for a few days. One night though I decided to read my book in one of the bedrooms, one which had a big beautiful 4-poster bed. Within minutes and out of nowhere, I became so drowsy I don't remember much else. I woke up some time later to my husband standing by the bed looking puzzled. Basically, there had been a 3-hour electricity blackout on that side of the island. He walked into my room using his phone as a light to check I was okay, because he'd expected me to shout for him and get frightened. To his surprise, I was fast asleep on the bed, with a lamp by my bed on. He tried the other lights in the room and no luck, nowhere else in the house had electricity. He kept checking on me but I was completely out of it. As soon as the lights came on again, I woke up as if an on button had been pressed. It's as if someone had knocked me unconscious from the moment the blackout happened to moments after it finished. Funnily enough, St. Lucia itself had such a dark atmosphere to me, despite being such a popular island for honeymoons and weddings. 2 months later my neighbor's husband died on the island in a freak accident too. Anyway, regarding the electricity event, my husband describes it as a positive experience where I was being protected, which is a nice interpretation. I'm not sure how I feel though. I checked into my hotel room for a work trip. Ordered room service, ate, watched a little TV, turned out the light pretty early, because I had a big presentation in the morning. Went to sleep immediately. I generally sleep quite soundly. Any my family jokes that I'd sleep through a tornado. I'm often asked, what about that storm last night? What storm? I slept through it. At some point I wake up, thinking I heard the door open and shut, and there's light briefly in the room. I turn over, still mostly asleep, thinking it's the door across the hall or next door, and maybe headlights coming in through the window. But then I hear rustling in the room, and the other bed creaking a little bit. I sit bolt upright and switch on the light. There's a guy sitting on the edge of the other bed, slipping off his shoes. Somehow the front desk checked him into my same room and activated his card key. Never been so freaked out in my life. But he was just as scared as I was. I always wonder what would have happened if I hadn't woken up and in the morning had a strange guy asleep in the next bed. One year in the ocean at the beach trip with family, I had watched an episode of Shark Week the night before I entered the water. I was in 4 or 5 feet of water at the most and vividly remembered the Shark Week television program from the night before, which stated, "Do not splash or a shark will be attracted to you," specifically frantic splashing like a fish would make in distress. I was the only one in the water, the skies were cloud covered and I started splashing, bored. I thought, maybe a shark will come like a fool. I did this for a good 10 minutes. I was past the breaking waves. Over the next wave I could see the shore and my family on the beach. My mother waved to me and yelled for me to come back in. I dismissed her. Another minute went by, I splashed like a fish. I heard her voice a second time from the shore. I still out a good 30 yards as I was swimming on the east coast, continued to splash. She yelled for me to come in. She looked up from her book again. I dismissed her. I began splashing again, like a fool. She yelled another time, a third and final time. A soft, calm yell, not an order but a request. She requested I come in from the water with a gentle wave from her seat of safety on the beach. For some reason this time, I listened to her. I mean really listened instead of hearing. I decided on my own accord to come back to shore. There were no real waves to surf, nor did I have a surfboard anyway. I began to swim back to shore. My feet already touched the sandy bottom, so only the pull of the rip tide worked against me as I made my way into shallow water. After a 10-minute walk/swim back to shore, I walked out of the water with one last splash. Tired, I made my way to her chair where my mom was reading a book. I said, "Why did you call me in?" She looked up from reading her book for a moment. "I didn't," she said with a curious look. I sort of smiled, confused. I was so sure she did. I shrugged her off and looked back to the ocean. I was ready to go back in and continue my swim. I froze when my eyes met the ocean. In the exact spot I was splashing and swimming, past the breaking waves, was 3 large sharks thrashing about. From the dorsal fin to the tail fin, the biggest shark had to have been 8 feet long. The other 2 at least 6 feet long. I was horrified. If I was still in the water I would have been torn to pieces by the 3 sharks. I pointed and my mom and rest of the family saw the sharks. No one else went into the water again that day. I sometimes wonder if the 8-foot shark was really 10 feet long. It is hard to tell from the beach. I never used to believe in cryptids. I heard stories about them and thought they were cool, but always told myself there's no way. A few months ago my boyfriend and I take my dog outside to use the bathroom. It's probably around 2 to 3 in the morning and we're both having trouble sleeping, so we decide to smoke on my back porch. After being outside for probably about 5 to 10 minutes, out of nowhere, it gets super cold. All of the crickets stop chirping and the early morning birds follow suit. The only noise is the wind blowing in the trees. Suddenly, there comes what can only be described as a barking noise about 60 feet from my house. It's quiet at first, but it doesn't take long before we can both hear it without straining our ears. It gets louder, but I can't see the source of the noise due to obstacles obscuring my sight in that direction. It just keeps repeating the same sound over and over, like a recording, about every 15 seconds. It sounds the same every time, and that's what makes my hair stand on end. My neighbors have dogs, but they're all Chihuahuas and Yorkies. Even if they were big dogs, I don't think this is a big dog. I don't know what it is, but it sounds fake. I don't know, it's hard to explain, you just had to be there. My boyfriend and I get too creeped out and put out what we're smoking, call in my dog, and go to bed. The same thing happened the next night. We couldn't sleep again, so we took my dog out at around the same time as last night. The noise starts up almost immediately. It's faster this time and somewhat louder, but it stays the same the entire time we're out. Maybe we were feeling brave or maybe we were stupid, not mutually exclusive, but we stayed out for longer. Nothing happened, which is something I'm grateful for. After a little while though, the noise stopped. My boyfriend and I wondered what the noise could have been, but there were no theories other than something scary. We went 2 nights without the noise to our relief, but on the 3rd, it came back. For whatever reason, with a vengeance. My boyfriend was just standing on my porch whistling a tune when the noise came back. It was louder than ever. Beforehand there were 10 to 15 seconds intervals between the barks, but now there were none. It was just barking constantly. It was still the same old recording, but louder and more aggressive. We went inside immediately. Skipping forward, it's been about a month since I last heard the noise. Before then it decreased in frequency, going from happening every night to roughly 4 nights a week to 2 nights a week and then gone. My boyfriend and I were so invested in this that we acted like a couple of idiots and investigated where the noise was coming from, but only in the daytime, of course. There was nothing there. No nest or anything, just dirt like everything else. I never found out what it was, and though I am very curious, I admit that a large part of me also doesn't really want to know out of fear. Senior year in high school, one guy I knew decided we needed to head into NYC to find fake IDs. Most of the group were lifelong suburban kids, but I grew up in the city, so hard a little more street smarts than the rest. So we're walking around, one kid in charge apparently thinking he's going to find a magical fake ID store somewhere. At some point some guy starts talking to him, and he says, "This guy know where we can get them, let's go." I knew this was a horrible idea, but follow the group. I start noticing more guys start coming out of nowhere, basically surrounding us. My friends were oblivious to this, but I knew this was a bad situation. At this point a real jumpy guy slides up next to me and says, "Yo, they said you need ID." At this point, I wanted out, and just said, "Nah man, I'm good, I'm just along for the ride." That pissed him off. He grabbed my arm, lifted his shirt to show me a huge knife shoved in his waistband, and said, "Give me $1 for wasting my time or I'll gut you like a fish." I'm like, okay, fair deal. Handed him $1 and he walked away. At that point we were walking past a subway stop and I yelled, "Subway, now!" and ran down the stairs. Eventually everyone followed. We got on the train and proceeded to argue for 20 minutes about whether we were all going to get led to some basement to get mugged and killed or if we were actually going to get fake IDs. I will preface this by saying that I am a non-religious skeptic who does not believe in the supernatural, but I have no explanation for these events. I'll try to keep this terse, because it was actually a series of events. They all occurred when I moved with my then legal guardian into a home in the CA Bay area many years ago. The first thing we noticed was that one of the rooms in the rear of the house was much colder than the rest of the house, to the point that it was constantly remarked upon. My room was directly across the hall from this cold room, which was set up for my guardian's son. My guardian's son would visit often, and the son was young, around age 6 or 7. When he would visit, he would sometimes be tired and cranky in the mornings, and when asked why, he would say, "I can't sleep because the man watches me at night." Fast forward some months. I wake in the middle of the night in my room with the certainty that someone is in my room with me, staring at me. My heart is absolutely pounding. I try not to move, or breathe, or do anything that would give away that I am there. Eventually, the feeling passes and I am able to sleep. Months later, I am in the kitchen cooking up a hot pocket or something in the microwave. I recall retrieving my food and turning around with the saucer in my hand and seeing before me a shadowy mass. Right in front of me. Just a non-distinct shadowy mass that shouldn't be there, hovering in air. I had enough time to register it before it moved directly towards me, and fast. I flinched hard, dropped my plate, and turned and ran out of the room. I often think of writing a letter to that address to ask the current inhabitants if they have experienced anything strange. When I was a teenager and my folks were out for the night, I went into the kitchen shortly around 10 in the evening just to get myself a drink of water. Suddenly, I get a very nasty chill down my spine which almost made me curl backwards. Then, the noise from outside. It sounded like a cat screeching from the bushes or even the squealing of tall trees brushing against each other in a forest during a strong wind, but it just didn't seem right, as though it were a good distance away at the same time. Keep in mind, in the house I was staying in had trees that stood just over a one-floor house only about 30 feet away. But this seemed to come off from about a mile away. Turns out that while I could hear it, my sisters didn't. But my cousins heard it as well, despite the fact that they were all about a good 5 miles away in a different village. Next morning, my mom gets a call from her sister about it, when both of them were interrupted by another sibling of theirs. Turns out that a great aunt of mine had a heart attack and passed away in her sleep. That is what convinced me that I heard a banshee that night. I went to a college in a very beautiful area where there was a lot of camping and hiking available. My boyfriend at the time and I would go camping often to get alone time. We would frequently go to a really beautiful, but isolated spot that wasn't part of an authorized campground. It could be reached by car, but you had to know where you were going to get there. One time we had planned to go camping, but because I had to work late, he went out early to the area to set up our tent and make camp. After I got off work, he picked me up and we headed out. When we got to our camp, he told me that something a little weird had happened. He said that when he was setting things up, another truck had pulled up on him and just stopped and watched him for a minute. He said he started to walk over to talk to the driver, but it backed out of the camp area and took off. This kind of spooked me, but we decided it was probably someone who also liked our spot and realized he was setting up camp and not taking it down, and they were just disappointed. I should mention that we were clearly naive. So we went about our business and eventually went to bed around midnight. I am a deep sleeper. Around 2:30 a.m. I woke up to my boyfriend whispering directly in my ear to wake up but not say a word. I could hear a larger engine vehicle close by. I wasn't too afraid, but then I heard a car door creak open and footsteps approaching steadily but slowly. All the hairs on my body stood up. We were quiet and I remember silently praying. The person circled our tent and then walked off, sat in their truck for a while and then left. Although my boyfriend wanted to stay, I convinced him that we should leave and come back in the day with friends to take down camp, as I was convinced that we didn't need to be there. We left all of our stuff. When we came back the next day to take everything down, we unzipped our tent and found that my bra and panties that I had left in my bag had been laid out on my sleeping bag as if it were placed there to represent my body. It was so creepy. To this day, I think something horrific would have happened if we would have stayed there. I still love to camp, but now only go to authorized camping zones. This happened in Ocean City, Maryland. So, I have a pretty severe panic disorder that developed in college. Slight anxiety attacks developed into full-blown panic attacks that would last for hours. Eventually I was housebound for nearly 2 years because even stepping outside would nearly make me collapse. It took years of very expensive therapy to basically retrain myself to live life again. Now, during this time I was about 3 to 4 years into a relationship with someone who had put up with my panic disorder but was starting to get fed up with me. I was once the kind of girl who would hop on a bus to go 3 states over just for the thrill of it, and now I could barely go to the city 5 minutes from my house. He loved the old me. I caught on to this pretty quick and tried my best to force myself to be the old me again. What better way to test my boundaries than a trip to the beach? I live in PA, so it's not like it's a million miles away, right? About one day in, bright and early in the morning, I wake up after hours of panic attacks and basically gobbling down a half a bottle of Xanax. I tell him, I need to go home. I can't do this. I can't do this. This was a family vacation, and his family had become my family after so many years of friendship and dating, but they were never really my family, if that makes sense. I vividly remember being out on the balcony, his eyes blazing brown, and him saying, absolutely not. You're not ruining my family vacation. You're not ruining this. And I couldn't be mad. Because that's exactly what I was doing. This was it, the final crack in a dying relationship. But when you're in a state of mind like that, all you can think of is, you need to get home, you need to get home, you need to be safe, please LD do anything to be safe. So my dumbass opened up my Uber app, set a 3.5-hour destination to my hometown, and within 10 minutes my boyfriend was helping me pack my bags into a stranger's trunk. I was zoinked out of mind on mood stabilizers and could barely look straight, but I'll never forget his face as that car drove away. I think a part of me died right there. So picture me, 20-something-year-old young woman, zapped in on a full panic, in the back of a stranger's car, heartbroken and basically lost in my life. Now the Uber driver. A short woman with wild beads in her hair and a shrine of Jesus in her passenger seat. We're about 10 minutes into our drive when she asks me, do you want to be saved, my child? It's quiet for a minute. I'm trying to figure out if I'm hearing things at this point. She asks me again, this time looking over the seat while her car is going 70 on the highway. I parted my lips and I could literally hear them crack from how dry they were, as I hadn't eaten or drank anything in days. I say, what do you mean? And I hope I sound nice because I'm confused and scared and I just want to go home. She doesn't say anything else for an hour into the drive, and I'm grateful to use that time to get some rest. I wake up and we're parked at a gas station. She's filling up her tank and making eye contact with me the entire time. She looks concerned. I look concerned. We're both concerned. She gets back in her car, turns around, and immediately starts speaking Townges. At this point I'm honestly thinking that this is it. I had died in Ocean City, Maryland, and this was the ferry of the damned on its ride down to hell. She keeps getting louder and louder. We're blowing way past the speed limit at this point and she's hunched and jerking, just spitting out a chain of sounds. I open the back window because I can't breathe. Halfway through the screaming I take another pill, and 15 minutes after that I fall back asleep. This time I wake up in my hometown, right in front of my house. She pops the trunk for me to get my bag, and gives a big hug. You're safe now, she whispers to me, then gets back in her car and drives away. My boyfriend left me a few months after that. He didn't want to wait for me to get better. But that's a story for another time. It took me a long time to be able to travel again, but my current partner has been my rock. I feel like with a little more time I'll finally be able to visit other countries and actually see the world like I've always wanted to. Just this time maybe not from the back of a Uber. I'll set the scene. You go camping, and at midday you decide to take a nap in a nice little hammock. While sleeping, a tiny brown bat, in the rage stages of infection, is fidgeting in broad daylight, uncomfortable, and thirsty, due to the hydrophobia, and you snort, startling him. He goes into attack mode. Except you're asleep, and he's a little brown bat, so weighs around 6 grams. You don't even feel him land on your bare knee, and he starts to bite. His teeth are tiny. Hardly enough to even break the skin, but he does manage to give you the equivalent of a tiny scrape that goes completely unnoticed. Rabies does not travel in your blood. In fact, a blood test won't even tell you if you've got it. Antibody tests may be done, but are useless if you've ever been vaccinated. You wake up, none the wiser. If you notice anything at the bite site at all, you assume you just lightly scraped it on something. The bomb has been lit, and your nervous system is the wick. The rabies will multiply along your nervous system, doing virtually no damage, and completely undetectable. You literally have no symptoms. It may be 4 days, it may be a year, but the camping trip is most likely long forgotten. Then one day your back starts to ache. Or maybe you get a slight headache? At this point, you're already dead. There is no cure. The sole caveat to this is the Milwaukee Protocol, which leaves most patients dead anyway, and the survivors mentally disabled, and is seldom done. There's no treatment. It has a 100% kill rate. Absorb that. Not a single other virus on the planet has a 100% kill rate. Only rabies. And once you're symptomatic, it's over. You're dead. So what does that look like? Your headache turns into a fever, and a general feeling of being unwell. You're fidgety, uncomfortable, and scared. As the virus that has taken its time getting into your brain finds a vast network of nerve endings, it begins to rapidly reproduce, starting at the base of your brain, where your pons is located. This is the part of the brain that controls communication between the rest of the brain and body, as well as sleep cycles. Next, you become anxious. You still think you have only a mild fever, but suddenly you find yourself becoming scared, even horrified, and it doesn't occur to you that you don't know why. This is because the rabies is chewing up your amygdala. As your cerebellum becomes hot with the virus, you begin to lose muscle coordination and balance. You think maybe it's a good idea to go to the doctor now, but assuming a doctor is smart enough to even run the tests necessary in the few days you have left on the planet, odds are they'll only be able to tell your loved ones what you died of later. You're twitchy, shaking, and scared. You have the normal fear of not knowing what's going on, but with the virus really fucking the amygdala, this is amplified 100-fold. It's around this time the hydrophobia starts. You're horribly thirsty, you just want water. But you can't drink. Every time you do, your throat clamps shut and you vomit. This has become a legitimate, active fear of water. You're thirsty, but looking at a glass of water begins to make you gag, and shy back in fear. The contradiction is hard for your hot brain to see at this point. By now, the doctors will have to put you on IVs to keep you hydrated, but even that's futile. You were dead the second you had a headache. You begin hearing things, or not hearing at all as your thalamus goes. You taste sounds, you see smells, everything starts feeling like the most horrifying acid trip anyone has ever been on. With your hippocampus long under attack, you're having trouble remembering things, especially family. You're alone, hallucinating, thirsty, confused, and absolutely, undeniably terrified. Everything scares the literal shit out of you at this point. These strange people in lab coats. These strange people standing around your bed crying, who keep trying to get you drink something and crying. And it's only been about a week since that little headache that you've completely forgotten. Time means nothing to you anymore. Funny enough, you now know how the bat felt when he bit you. Eventually, you slip into the dumb rabies phase. Your brain has started the process of shutting down. Too much of it has been turned to liquid virus. Your face droops. You drool. You're all but unaware of what's around you. A sudden noise or light might startle you, but for the most part, it's all you can do to just stare at the ground. You haven't really slept for about 72 hours. Then you die. Always, you die. And there's not one fucking thing anyone can do for you. Then there's the question of what to do with your corpse. I mean, sure, burying it is the right thing to do. But the fucking virus can survive in a corpse for years. You could kill every rabid animal on the planet today, and if 2 years from now, some moist, preserved, rotten hunk of used-to-be brain gets eaten by an animal, it starts all over. So yeah, rabies scares the shit out of me. And it's fucking everywhere. Long story as short as possible. For reference, I'm 25F in English. I'm a journalist and go on press trips, which are organized by big tech companies, and they pay for me to do everything. Literally every single trip has sorted everything out. Transfers from the airport, which is a chauffeur, etc. This one woman approached me on LinkedIn, which should have been the first red flag, and said she worked very closely the journalist who I replaced. We had a crossover of line a week. He did do a trip with this company, so seemed like it checked out. She then asked me if I booked my flights, etc., and I said sorry. Usually the companies pre-arrange that. They said no problem, they'll do it. Usually I'll get loads of contact details of all the PR people, check-ins, the chauffeur company, etc., but I received no details except my flight and hotel. I asked more about the transfer at the airport today, and she says due to a strike in Belgium, she's cancelled all transfers and to just get an Uber. Seemed weird? How is that related? Was she just not going to tell me? When I landed at 23:30. Then I checked the Uber and it was €199, which I can't afford, frankly shouldn't have to, and TBH they shouldn't be expecting for a female journalist to just get an Uber in a foreign country at midnight anyways. I know that seems dramatic, but that's just how it's done. It just all started seeming really, really weird, and I hadn't had any contact with anyone else in the company, so I reached out to the former journo, who told me I can honestly say I've never heard or spoke to her. Which was just the final red flag. That's what she based the whole thing on. It doesn't help that my pre-trip fun fact about Malaga was that it's only 30 miles away from Morocco/Albania. Either in those areas have higher crime rates than what I am personally used to. I've since checked with the official company, and there's no event on their website. I got the first flight home instead, reached out to the woman just in case I was being dramatic or paranoid, expressing my concerns, and said this led to me not feeling safe, and she dismissed it all and asked if I wanted to meet up for drinks to make up for it. I said I returned home. She never replied and now she's blocked me. Few weeks ago I was sleeping in my apartment. I have 4 roommates, and one of them must have forgot to lock the door. So I wake up at 4 a.m., I don't know why or what made me, and I see this absolutely huge 6'3" figure in my doorway messing with the mic on my mic stand. I process this and I come to the conclusion that it is not one of my roommates. So fight or flight kicks in cause I'm cornered in my room. I'm only a 19-year-old male, very tall but not huge size-wise. I stand up and we lock eye contact, then I just run at him yelling at him to get out of my house. All this my brain didn't even process, it just did. He runs out of the house and I lock the door behind him. Called the cops to file a report and went back to bed cause I had an 8 a.m. class. Shout out the roommates for being high as balls and leaving the door unlocked. Thankful that it wasn't worse. But that was one of those we bout to die situations. Like damn, I'm the 1% this is happening to. Great. I was at a friend's house to watch The Ring for the first time. We were 14 girls alone in her bedroom with all the curtains shut and lights off for the atmosphere. We're about halfway through the movie where they replay the video from start to end. As soon as the video ended in the movie, my friend's house phone rang. We just looked at each other, mildly terrified like WTF? We paused the movie and my friend answered the phone, but there was nothing but white noise on the other end. She hangs up and we're freaking out a little at this point, but reassure ourselves that it's all fine and press OK on the movie again. As soon as we press OK, on phone rings again. My friend answers it and again it's a lot of white noise, but there's time we hear a very faint, hoarse and broken up "I'm coming. I'm coming now." Well, not we're absolutely fucking terrified, think that the Ring is actually coming to get us. Just as we're trying to reassure each other, her front door, which had been locked, slams open. We peer around the corner and down the stairs, but there's nobody there. We creep down and close the door, then go into her living room to see if someone had come in the house. The door slams open again and no one is there. At this point we're just staring at the entrance to the living room, waiting for an axe murderer or creepwell girl to come kill us. That's when my friend's dad walks in with arms full of shopping going, "Come on. I rang and told you I was coming with shopping so you could help me unload the car. What's wrong? You look really pale?" Turns out his phone signal had been absolutely awful and it was just a coincidence when he called. Then he'd got home, flung open the front door and immediately went round the corner to the car. The driveway was on the side of the house so we couldn't see the car. When he saw us close the door, he rolled his eyes and flung it open again. Now it's a fun anecdote for us to laugh at, but at the time, we genuinely thought a girl was gonna crawl out of the TV. I don't exactly remember what started the fight, most likely him wanting to have sex and me not wanting to. But I remember a point where he'd gotten right in my face. I responded by shoving him back away from me. He responded by grabbing me in the throat, lifting me off of the ground and slamming me down into the tile. I was lucky my back hit first and not my head. The day I finally realized my life was in danger, because apparently being chokeslammed like it's WWE wasn't enough for me, I had sought him out after avoiding him for days, would spend as much time as I could in the plaza near downtown Querétaro, by a church that had Wi-Fi. I was looking for him to borrow the house key where we were both staying because I wanted to make a copy for myself so I didn't have to find him to go home. He was completely shit-faced at 2 in the afternoon and we got into a screaming match out on the street. He didn't want to give me the key and I refused to back down. Finally, in a huff, he dumped the contents of his pockets with a fine. I bent down to grab the key and stood up in time to see him haul off and punch me in the gut as hard as he could. I was luckily tensing my abs almost non-stop at that point because of the constant stress, so he didn't knock the wind out of me. I kicked him backwards onto his ass and screamed something at him. I can't remember what. What I do remember is looking down the street and seeing 2 older ladies just staring at us. And it was in that moment I realized. If he was so willing to brazenly hit me as hard as he could in broad daylight in front of witnesses, there was absolutely nothing stopping him from doing much worse from what he'd already done. I reached out to my mom and told her I didn't feel safe and I needed to get out. Bless her soul, she got me a ticket out of there within 2 weeks of the incident, the longest almost 2 weeks of my life. If your partner, or really anyone in your life, puts their hands on you, please truly know that it never gets better, it always gets worse, and you don't deserve to be in that kind of a situation. For your own sake, get away from them and put as much distance between you as possible. I was at a big state fair with my 1 and 3-year-old. My 3-year-old gave me her water to put in the stroller. I took 3 steps and turned around, and she disappeared. After 15 to 20 seconds I went full frantic. We were in a large tented area and I was screaming her name, running around like a lunatic. My parents were helping look for her too. I decided to check the far corner of the area and there she was, walking away with a dirty older lady. I ran up to them and firmly grabbed my daughter from her. She was like, "What's wrong?" We were walking to security. It still haunts me. She was gone for 60 seconds max. I don't know how long she was with this lady, but it couldn't have been more than 30 seconds and she's walking away. I think about it almost daily. Driving from Pennsylvania to Arizona a few years back, no hotel stops along the way, just me and 2 friends taking turns at the wheel for a 35-hour drive. We finally crossed the state line and enter Oz after nearly 2 days of straight driving with minimal stops for food/fuel/ etc. It's about 1 a.m. and we're running low on gas. The only gas station for miles that is listed as being open online is located about 3 miles inside of Petrified Forest National Park. We don't have any other options, we decide to check it out. My friend is driving, other friend is riding passenger, I'm in the back seat, they're both women, I'm the one male in the car. Soon as we drive into the park, we're wondering how the hell there's an open gas station in here. It's pitch black, no cars in sight, the park is clearly unoccupied. The only source of light on our 3-ish mile drive to our destination was our headlights. Miraculously, we pull up to a gas station buried inside this park. There's no attendant, the store is locked, but the pump is lit. My friend pulls over, it's a tight squeeze, small gas station, and my friends joke that I should be the one to pump the gas since I'm the only man in the car. It's really because none of us want to step outside, we're all feeling creeped out about the atmosphere we've driven into. I get out, the pump accepts my card, and start filling up the tank. As soon as I start fueling up, we see lights approaching from the distance. Let me restate that there had been no lights whatsoever beside our headlights and the faint glow of the gas pump at the station. We could see the blackness of night stretching for miles in this park. There had been nobody on the narrow road with us the whole time we were driving in. Where were these lights coming from, if we hadn't seen them until the second I exited the car? I say to my friends through the window, must be a park ranger. I realize as I'm saying this that I'm verbalizing it to calm myself down rather than because I think it's true. Lights get closer, they're blinding, high beams are on, shining directly at me as they pull into the station. Eventually they get close enough that I can make out the vehicle. It's a random RV, not a park ranger. I see a man in the front seat, skinny, glasses, mustache, baseball cap, white guy, that's how I remember him, and there's nobody else in the vehicle with him. I assume that he's gotta be in the same boat as us, tank running low, no place to stop for gas, no choice but to fill up at the park. But he drives around the unoccupied pump and faces his RV in our direction, for no apparent reason. At this point I can see his eyes, we're close enough that I'm looking at the driver clearly as I'm filling up the tank. He smiles at me as he continues to inch his vehicle closer to ours, moving at a speed so slow that it was like he was trying to provoke us. He's getting closer, closer, why isn't he stopping? He's about to hit us while we're immobilized and he's driving less than 5 miles per hour, so my friend in the passenger seat builds up the courage to reach over and honk the horn to tell him to stop. The sound of that horn, cutting the tension of the absolute silence of the night, will stick with me forever. At this point I was looking not only at the RV, but also through the window at my friends. Without words, we're all communicating our extreme horror and confusion at the situation unfolding in front of us. The RV stops, just yards away from our car, and the man waves at me again, almost apologetically, with a smile. We're not fully fueled, but I know that I'm not comfortable standing at that pump any longer, so I hang it up and hop back in the car. I don't even have to say let's get out of here. As soon as I close the door my friend is already starting to move the car. RV guy has at this point positioned himself in such a way that it is impossible for us to drive straight out of the station because he's blocking our path forward. Our only choice is to reverse into the forest, the unpaved, non-drivable forest, and angle ourselves out from there. We eventually do it while the RV guy sits there, staring at us, still not moving to exit his vehicle or fuel it. We get out, start driving as fast as we can on that narrow path out of the park, and keep checking behind us to see if we're being followed. We weren't, it looked like the RV turned its headlights off as soon as we left. We didn't discuss what had happened until we knew we were 100% safe and back on the highway. When we finally were able to approach the situation, we realized that the RV must have been camped out in the blackness of the forest with its lights out, waiting for someone to approach the pump. We would have seen the headlights otherwise, it would have been too black not to have noticed them. We have no idea what would have happened if we hadn't honked that horn, if we had let him slowly inch his way closer and hit our car. Would he have said sorry, let's all get out of the car and check the damage and then tried something on us? Would he have lured us out in the open so we didn't have the protection of the car? Was he alone in the RV? We will never know, and I'm damn sure glad that we didn't stick around to find out. So I was dating a girl in my early 20s. We went on a road trip to California when she started displaying symptoms of schizophrenia. She would be normal as fuck all day and then all of a sudden just shift in vibe. So one night I'm with her and we're staying alone in this little building on a farm, while doing a work trade. She was having normal conversation with me when all of a sudden she freezes and stares past me with a terrified look on her face. It's right behind you, yeah, fuck that man. I was so scared. I look behind me, find nothing and ask her what she saw. She doesn't explain. Then starts saying bad things about herself and spiraling more and more negative with her thoughts. Then her pupils widen in an instant like she just got eye drops put in. Then I notice she goes to grab a knife off the side table. I quickly grab her wrist of the hand with the knife and wrestle her down to the ground. I eventually got the knife from her without her being able to do anything with it. The craziest part was how strong this person was. I had probably 60 pounds on this 110 pounds chick and she was putting up a hell of a fight trying to keep the knife. Man, that was a road trip from hell. This past September, my family and I went on vacation to a small island in North Carolina. We had visited and stayed on this island many times throughout my childhood and teen years, so I was very familiar with it and was excited to be back after having not been there for over a decade. One night, my family and I were hanging out on the back porch having some drinks and talking late into the night. Just as everyone was cleaning up and getting ready to head to bed, I happened to walk outside and noticed how incredible the stars were. I live in the suburbs outside of a big city, so I can see about 20 stars on a good night, but the entire sky here was filled with stars. I called to my sister and we both stood in awe as everyone else went to bed. That's when we both decided we wanted to hop on our bikes and go for a late night ride. I'm 28 and my sister is 36, but something about creeping out of the house without telling anyone made us both feel like teenagers again. We rode off down the island laughing and looking up at the stars before deciding to stop at the opposite end of the island and just enjoy the view and talk for a while. It was empty and quiet on the island as it was almost 4 a.m. We hadn't seen any other person this entire time. We finally decide to start biking back and we're not really talking much anymore as we focus on heading back. We start rounding a bend getting closer to our house when I see up ahead, under the only streetlight on the road, a man standing by himself on the side of the road. Before I can even process what I'm seeing, he starts walking towards the middle of the road and stops dead center in the street staring at us as we approach. My sister is a little bit ahead of me so I try to warn her without being too loud, but she just responds with, "Huh? I don't see anyone." I'm watching her and I bike closer and I feel my heart racing, so I repeat myself again to my sister. She still doesn't process that I'm scared, so I yell at her and she finally stops. We're about 20 feet away from the guy and I'm saying to my sister that I'm freaked out by this guy in the middle of the street up ahead and I don't know what to do, and that's when I see him slowly walk back towards the edge of the street again and disappear out of view. In a panic, I make the quick decision to just pedal for my life past this guy and get home. However, as I'm going past the spot in the road where he was, I look over and I don't see anyone at all. I still have no idea where he could have gone. We made it home safe and it's been a funny story to tell people, but I still have no clue what that guy was doing or what his intentions were on this empty island at 4 a.m. I was part of a small drum corps in Texas back in '06. We were on tour and got around in 3 15-passenger vans. This was before Google Maps. Our driver had a set of directions from MapQuest. One night, we were on a small 2-lane highway in central TX. It's 2 a.m. Next thing we know, we're no longer on a highway. We're on a dirt road, and the driver isn't sure how he got there in the first place. We end up pulling into a trailer town. It is very dark. The town, if you could call it that, was a couple square blocks of trailers and campers, and one brick 2-story building that looks like a convenience store. There's only one light on, and it's the mosquito control light inside the brick building. We start noticing eyes looking at us in every direction, glowing red and orange. Hundreds of pairs of eyes. We are genuinely freaked out. Driver pops on the high beams, and we realize the entire town is covered in live deer. I mean hundreds of deer. They're on top of cars, on top of campers, in yards, on the side streets, and lining the side of the dirt road we were on. And not a single one moved. Not an ear wiggle, not a ground scratch, nothing. They just stared at us. The only time they moved was to turn their heads to keep looking at our vans as we slowly, very slowly, drove past. There were no people. No other lights aside from that mosquito trap in our headlights. Despite deer being on top of trailers and in truck beds and on top of sedans, not a single person was awake in this trailer park. I still think about that night. I thought I dreamed it, but friends from back then remember this night. We used to joke that the deer were actually the residents of the town, and at night they transform into ungulates. Lol. It was just uncanny. Unreal. Never seen anything close to that again. We drove through just fine and ended up back in civilization, but we could never explain what we saw or why there were so many freaking live deer in this trailer park. I was with my boyfriend's family on a trip somewhere in Alabama. We took a jet ski to a waterfall, very romantic, yada yada. But to get close to the waterfall, we had to get off the jet ski and climb over quite a bit of slippery rocks. On the way back, I didn't think I could make it without falling, so I decided to try to go around the rocks instead. It was longer but looked maybe less dangerous. I'm wading through a shallow pool and I see something. About 10 feet ahead on a flat rock sticking out of the water is a perfectly white, picked clean deer skull staring at me. Creepy, but not unbelievable because there are a lot of deer in that area. Then I looked down in the water. It appeared to be standing up. A headless deer body, not picked clean like the skull. Still covered with its fur. No visible blood in the water. Just standing, swaying ever so gently with the movement of the water. I noped the fuck out of there and took my chances with the slippery rocks. I was about 20 at the time and was back home from college on a visit. My friend Ian and I were having a few drinks and entertaining two girls we knew from high school. As two romantic hopefuls not quite old enough to go to the bar, we opted to go drink at a secluded beach we knew of. To get to said beach required walking through a thick forested area, and despite it being dark, everyone seemed fine with the idea. We head on over and began our trek, something we had done without incident several times. However, this time we immediately realized something was off. There were no frogs or bugs, the forest was silent, absolutely nothing but a calm stillness. Ian and I quietly mentioned to each other that this usually meant a predator is around, but we'd had a few at this point and decided we were probably the scariest thing out there. We continued down the path quietly, but on a slightly heightened alert. Then we noticed the smell. The forest smelled off, almost like a mixture of dirty clothes and bad breath. Again, we are concerned, but at this point we are almost there, so there was no sense in turning back. The last part of the path cut through a marsh lowland that connected the barrier island to the mainland. It is admittedly creepy as fuck with old winding trees covering the path. What little light we had from the moon was now being blotted out by a twisted latticework of branches. We begin to traverse this path and are about midway through when I heard it, a pronounced mechanical click, like a Snapple bottle cap being popped. Ian and I froze, and before we could localize where the noise came from, we heard it again from a different direction. There was a brief pause, and then the forest simply stood up. A dozen figures vaguely silhouetted by moonlight stood and began to move towards us from all directions. Without hesitation, Ian took off in a full sprint. I go to follow, but pull back after deciding I couldn't leave the girls alone to be murdered. As they realized what was happening, they began to scream, the kind of scream you only let out when you are absolutely sure you're fucked. As I grabbed them to get them positioned to run, I turned and the path was now blocked by obscured figures. It was game over, no way out, hopelessly outnumbered by figures that didn't even appear to be human. I kept the girls behind me and got ready to make my last stand. I was terrified, but the adrenaline rush kept me calm. The figure closest to us ceased its advance. An arm reached up from its center mass and pulled off a helmet that had foliage strapped to it, revealing a man's painted face. He began to speak as I stood before him in utter disbelief. He identified himself as an officer of the Marine Corps and explained they sometimes run war games on this stretch of land, which I learned is public access but owned by the Navy. They were unsure if we were part of the exercise or not, hence why they advanced. He began to apologize profusely, but I was so relieved to be alive at this point I could not have cared less. As they escorted us back, all the weirdness of the woods began to make sense. The silence, the smell, those clicks, all a result of a platoon of leathernecks creeping in the shadows. On our path back, several other smaller groups that had stayed in cover made themselves known, including a pair that had stopped Ian's dumbass from running all the way back to Baltimore. Needless to say, the trip back home was awkward and the girls were quite unhappy with Ian's reaction at us, with the help of the Marine Corps, accidentally traumatizing them. Up until that officer removed his helmet, I truly believed we were in the midst of a horror movie. When I was living in my parents' house, my bedroom had this closet that sat directly opposite my bed. For whatever reason I can't remember, the door couldn't close. That closet had always given me bad vibes, and I almost never slept, but the worst was one night when I was home alone. I was laying in bed trying to sleep, when suddenly it got eerily quiet. I was home alone, but I could typically hear nighttime sounds coming from outside. As I lay there trying to rationalize, I started to hear some whispering. At first I couldn't make it out, but then I recognized it as my name. Obviously freaked out, I was nearly paralyzed with fear. I sat there for what felt like forever, when I felt what felt like a thin finger, slowly tracing down my foot from toes to heel. The rest of that night is honestly a blur, but I remember having this super strong urge to look into the closet. I'm happy I never did. Still not sure what happened that day, but here it goes. 5 or 6 years ago I was rewiring a very old house with an older friend and foreman at the time, Jim. This house was so old we had many restrictions on what we could and couldn't do. It was a part of the historical homes in the community, so it was a big deal. Which just means all of the wiring was slow and steady. So one day when I was in the attic pulling wires around for some new lights and Jim was in the room below so I would know where the wires needed to go, I heard a woman asking, "Hello?" Twice I heard this coming from the attic access, which someone entering the house would have to pass to get to the room we were working on. I didn't respond because I was in a tough spot and figured the lady would walk into the next room over to talk to Jim. I mean, we were expecting some people to stop by in a bit anyway, so nothing out of the normal. I climbed down from the attic after getting my wires where they needed to go, and asked Jim, "Where's the lady?" "What lady?" "Jim, the lady who just got here and was calling hello up the ladder." "Me what?" "There hasn't been any lady here and I didn't hear any lady." "Jim, you were messing with, right?" "Me no, unless she slipped by me. But I definitely didn't hear anyone. It has been very quiet though, so I could hear you in the attic." "Jim." So then we cleared the house, checked the street, looked for cars, and nothing. No people, no lady, just us in an old empty house. An old house that before this I had found very old pictures of children and people hidden in secret rooms built in the attic. An old house that made everyone uncomfortable if the lights were off and you were alone. And I mean everybody. After we check out everything, lunchtime comes, and I have to leave to go to another project. Leaving Jim to put in the lights I had pulled the wires to earlier. Fast forward to the next day when I had almost forgot about everything. At almost the end of the day, Jim brings up the lady again. And begins to explain what happened after I had left. That afternoon, after the owners and some guests had visited, he had to get back into the attic to add another wire. Jim alone in this house in the attic, nearly the same spot that I was, hears a lady's voice asking, "Hello?" No longer thinking I'm crazy, he gets down out of the attic as quick as possible, searching for this lady or whatever it was. He opens the front door to find a woman walking back towards the road from the front door. He calls after her to figure out what was going. Sure enough, she was the neighbor and wanting to see how the remodel was going. At this point I feel very relieved. Mystery solved, right? So Jim starts laughing when he realizes it was her that I must have heard earlier through the soffit next to me and mistaken it for the ladder. So then Jim apologizes to her for us not answering the door when she stopped by earlier in the day. Jim looks at me very concerned, and I'm sure I had the same confused look that she did. When she told Jim, "No, I didn't stop by earlier, I've been out of town the last couple days and just got back this afternoon." To this day I still don't like that house, and I'm not sure what happened, but I can still recall that voice clearly asking, "Hello?"